Good evening. This is welcome to our first meeting of January 6, 2021 for the new year. Good to see everyone here. Let me just say to begin with, of course, what we've seen down on Capitol Hill this afternoon has been very disturbing, and some might suggest that we should postpone this meeting in respect for that. I sort of have taken the other view, which is out of respect for the importance of what was being threatened this afternoon, that all government agencies that are not affected should continue to function. And so that is why we are functioning tonight. We have some important business to do for the community and we should do it. So I hope you all share that view and we will proceed tonight. I don't think we have a quorum yet, so I can't take up the agenda yet, but I'm not going to delay on that. I think we should move quickly to the Metropolitan Police report and come back to some of the other beginning part of the agenda in just a minute. And I see that Lieutenant Haskins is with us.
Yes.
Good. So maybe I'll turn it over to you.
I've not used this computer before for the meeting, so does everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and you're a little dark room, but that's okay. We can see you.
Let me brighten things up a bit here. Okay. Yeah, I am joining you all. Unfortunately, I was diagnosed with COVID a few days ago, so I'm joining you all from isolation. So I'm not in a loop on a lot of things in terms of what's going on downtown, but I could tell you all what's going on here in the ANC 3D. So we closed up, I think, fairly strong on the for last year in terms of our statistics.
Hello.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
You reported yesterday, planning for this week's program coordinated by an interagency team by the acting attorney general and the acting.
Well, probably not correct, I'm afraid. Could you go on to the, I'm running the meeting now, but if you go on the
tried to storm that they would be arrested. And I do feel like
the website and look for and
there's
get
a difference between having tanks on the streets.
I think we need a few people to mute so that we can continue the presentations. Thank you.
I muted everybody, so go ahead and unmute yourself if you need to speak.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I've been trying to get people to help them get into this meeting, so I have not been listening. So Lieutenant, please forgive me. Are we at a point where you needed my interruption?
Oh, no. Just yes, I'm glad it was a good segue to last year's statistics. Overall on crimes last year, we had a total number of 252 total crimes, of which 251 of them were property crimes, 145 of them theft from autos. So theft from autos are the really big driver of our crime statistics. Overall, that number for 2020 is 8 higher than it was for 2019. So statistically not very significant. Total crimes 252 in 2020 as opposed to 244 in 2019. So in terms of so far for the past month, looking good for the past month. We are actually down 5 crimes from this point last year. We have 8 total crimes in the past month. 4 of them theft from autos, 3 of them other types of thefts, not including autos, and 1 motor vehicle theft. None of the crimes occurred west of Battery Kemble Park. So they all concentrated in sort of 2 in Foxhall Village, 3 on Macarthur, between Foxhall and Battery Temple Park, one in Wesley Heights and one up off of Ward Circle. I hope everybody heard me.
Yes, we did.
Good.
Are there any questions for
Questions?
the lieutenant? All right. Anything else, Lieutenant, before we move on?
Please give me feedback if you all have been seeing more traffic enforcement and any feedback on other things any initiatives we could do with traffic.
Any suggestions for the lieutenant?
All righty, well, I'll be around.
Okay, good. Thank you very much for being with us this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go back up to the top of the agenda. We do have a quorum with us tonight of the commissioners. We have 5 new commissioners who were elected in November, and I think it'd be quite appropriate to introduce them and ask them to just say a couple of words about where they're coming from and what they hope to bring to the commission. In the 2nd district of our commission is Elizabeth Primerl. Elizabeth, you want to say a few words?
Ben are having trouble getting in. I'm not sure.
You have to unmute yourself. Is Elizabeth here? Let's see.
I'm sorry, Robbie.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Pemerl is not present.
Not present, okay. I'm so busy letting people in, I'm not able to go through the whole list. I apologize. Let me turn to Catherine Nanavati, who is the commissioner for District 5. Kate.
Sure. Thank you so much, Commissioner Elkins, and thanks for your leadership in continuing the local governance this evening in light of current events. My name is Kate Nanavati. Great to see everyone here tonight. I cover the 3D05 area, and my husband, my 2 sons, and I, we live on Fulton Street, so just around the block from Key Elementary School. We've lived in the neighborhood of the Palisades since 2016 and just absolutely love the community and the neighborhood. I ran with an intention of bringing an open mind and a spirit of collaboration and problem solving, and also one that would look at how to use public funds in a wise and sound way, and also to promote sort of family friendly and inclusive policies, as well as thinking more broadly about the district. I've lived, it feels like 9 lives in the city, and consider DC my home. So with that broader perspective in mind, want to make sure that the Palisades is doing its part and setting an example for the rest of the city. Look forward to working with you all tonight and discussing some initiatives on sidewalks and also a dog park.
That's great. We're glad to have you. Next is Jason Rayo, who is Commissioner for District 6. Jason.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm honored to be here, and thank you, Commissioner Elkins, for your leadership as well. I also look forward to getting to know each of you and getting involved, and that's really why I ran and wanted to become part of the ANC. My background is actually in public health and science. And ironically, I've spent my entire career studying pandemics and how to prevent them. I first worked as a research scientist at Hopkins and the National Institutes of Health, but then worked in the government for some time, and now run my own nonprofit in downtown DC that focuses on global health capacity building and development. So that's my background. I've lived in the district for 20 years. We've been, my wife and my 2 kids, 2 key school kids, 6 and 8, have lived on Salem Lane for about 10 years, a little more than 10 years. And like Kate, I'm looking to make Palisades a great place and to get more involved with the issues that affect us, and more broadly to get involved with the district. So I'm honored to be here, and again, I look forward to getting to know you and the community even better. Thank you.
Let me turn now to Christian Damiana, who's the Commissioner for District 7. Christian?
Hi, everyone. I'm Christian Damiana. I was elected to represent 3D07, which is the vast majority of AU's campus. I am an AU student at the moment. I'm a sophomore. I'm studying communications, law, economics, and government. I'm excited to be back in DC. So, I mean, that's very good. We've had a long pandemic, so it's going to be good to be back. I ran for ANC because I'm very passionate about safe, environmentally friendly, and accessible transportation options for AU students. And so I'm looking forward to working on that both tonight with the letters we'll be voting on in a bit, and just in the future as we're working on those issues. I'd also like to continue my predecessor's work of building the relationship between American University and the ANC. I think that's very important. So I'm ready to get to work, and I'm excited to be able to get to know my fellow commissioners.
Well, we're glad to have you. Next is Ben Bergman for District 8. Ben?
Hi, good evening, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well on a interesting evening in the nation's capital. You could say. I'm an attorney. I have two children, young children, a 4-year-old who's at Mann Elementary, and a 9.5-month-old girl who's been walking for 2 months. So it's been a stressful last 2 months. We've all been cooped up in this apartment, but I'm excited to work with the other commissioners in the community to advance the area in a kind of what I think will be an interesting year, with the pandemic creating a lot of pressure on the district, but also creating some opportunities to maybe rethink some things. I think you're seeing that in some of the way in which people are thinking about how to use space for restaurants and stuff on the street. But my big priority, and so one reason I'm excited about today's meeting is pushing forward measures to make our streets safer for pedestrians and cyclists, and drivers as well. I think there's a big emphasis when we talk about Vision Zero on pedestrians and cyclists, but good design can make the driving experience also safer, and that's equally important. So other issues I think that we'll talk about this year: housing, development issues. I hope that we can approach that in a productive manner, unlike I think in years past. Sometimes ANCs, not calling out anybody on this commission in particular, but have been obstructionist to the point of caricature. And so I hope that won't be the case here, and we can be productive, and other exciting things that'll happen, transit, other issues, and wishing everybody safety tonight.
Great. Well, we're glad to have you. And I want to return now back to Elizabeth Pimmerell, who represents District 2, part of Spring Valley.
Thank you, Chuck. Yes. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Apologies for being a few minutes tardy. A couple of us had the wrong link, so we're struggling with access. But Ben and I are here now, and good evening. Glad to be here. As Chuck mentioned, I represent about half of Spring Valley, with Paige Ela representing the other half. I live on Upton Street. I've been in the neighborhood for nearly 10 years, have a 5-year-old daughter who attends Horace Mann Elementary. So very interested in issues related to our public school system. We've had our ups and downs with online learning this year, as have many families. And there's many issues to grapple with the pandemic, with transportation and pedestrian safety, as Ben referenced, and of course, lots to discuss as it relates to the future plans for American University and Wesley Seminary. So look forward to partnering with the other commissioners and with my neighbors on those issues and others.
Well, great. We're glad to have you. And there, of course, in November, the other continuing commissioners also ran for election and were elected, which is very important. And so I would just open it up if any of them would like to say anything. They are familiar faces to most of you, but perhaps they have some thoughts about 2021. I wouldn't want to keep them from having those and express them. Anyone? It's a silent group. Good. Okay. Well, I want to first go back then to what we need to do statutorily, which is to approve our agenda. It's always been in draft, but we are allowed to amend it at the beginning of this meeting, and in any case need to adopt it. I want to see if any commissioner has a request to amend the agenda before we approve it. I have one amendment myself, but anyone else?
Chairperson Elkins, one thing that we should do is confirm that each and every commissioner has not only taken the office, but returned the signed oath of office to the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. And I suggest that we take a roll so everybody can confirm that for the record.
Okay, starting with District 1, that's me. Yes, I have done that. District 2.
Yes, I have done that.
District 3.
Yes, I have done that.
4. That's Mr. Zariki. He's showing a thumbs up. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. 5.
So, Commissioner, I have taken the oath. I have not sent back the signed commission yet.
Commissioner form. I think that does not prevent you from voting tonight, but I'll see if any others object.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
It does not prevent her from participating.
Okay, thank you. But please do send it back because
I will.
there won't be any record of it otherwise.
Okay.
Or there were not sufficient record.
Okay. They did record the oath taking, but I will do my paperwork.
Okay.
Sorry.
6.
Yes, moments before this call started.
All right, and 7. That's
Yeah, I returned it.
all right, and 8.
Yes, 2 hours before this meeting started. So I
Good. And I'm sure Mr. Commissioner Simskowitz has sent his back. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And I'm not sure whether Commissioner Del Moral is here tonight. Okay.
I'm here.
Oh. And did we miss?
Yeah,
miss Commissioner Ela?
I did submit my form.
Oh, there you are.
What?
All right, good. And Commissioner.
No,
Ela?
you got me.
Okay, good. All right.
Me.
Okay, so the amendment I'd like to make to the agenda, and then we can get right into it, is we are statutorily required to adopt meeting dates for the coming year, and I would like to add that into the commission business. So without any objection, we'll see the agenda approved. Is there any objection? All right, let's move on to local institutional updates. I'm going to start tonight with our new representative from the mayor's office. Many of you knew Jessica Green. She has moved on, and we have a new representative of the mayor's office, Emir. And let's see, where are you here? I know you are here.
I am right here.
Good, good. Why don't you introduce yourself, if you would?
Hi guys, my name is Amir Guravantab. I've been a lifelong Ward 3 resident, and I'm here to serve the community better today.
Good. Well, we're happy to have you. And do you have any report for us tonight?
I can update you on the scheduling for the vaccine rollout today.
Okay.
So, sorry, 1 second.
I think we lost you there, Emir.
Hi, sorry about that. So the week of January 11th, DC residents who are 65 years and older will be targeted to get the vaccine. Week of January 25th, specific categories of essential workers, including public safety workers, grocery store workers, workers in pre-K to 12 educational settings, and childcare settings will be available to get the vaccine. Week of February 1st, DC residents with chronic medical conditions and other essential workers
You're muted there, Amir.
I'm sorry about that. Okay, what was the last thing I said?
25th.
25th. Okay, so February 1st, other essential workers and people with chronic diseases will be able to get the vaccine. And I was going to move on to talk about the plan for reopening public schools.
Just a second, Amir, am I correct? Those dates are estimates.
Yes, they're estimates. They're target dates. They're not official dates, but they could be earlier or later depending on guidelines of DOH.
Do you also go to vaccinate.dc.gov to get a schedule an appointment, or where would you go? And also,
as of now, only healthcare workers should be using that. But as the target dates get met, those portals will be opened up to other people who are eligible for that.
well, I mean, January 11th is on Monday. So what is the process? I have a lot of residents in my building that would qualify at that point. I have a lot of residents in my building that qualify at this point. They don't know how to get their vaccinations. And I've been directing people to vaccinate.dc.gov because that's the only thing I can find right now.
Yeah, right now, we did put out a message on Twitter saying that people shouldn't sign up for vaccinate.dc.gov until their target date is met. So I would imagine surrounding that target date, there would be an update online on Twitter saying this group of people are allowed to get the vaccine. And at that point, I would recommend that you sign up on the vaccinate.dc.gov.
Okay, so again, I guess my question being, so for someone that's 75 or older, I believe it's 75 or older that currently can
65.
receive the
75 and older currently, yes. 65 and older on January 11th.
65 and over January 11th. 75 and over currently. For those residents, they can go to vaccinate.dc.gov. Is that the only method for getting an appointment?
I believe they can also contact their local pharmacies as well to see if they've received the COVID vaccine. But this portal allows you to get notified when you're available.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what were the dates for DCPS teachers?
DCPS teachers, targeted date is February 1st. That's the start of term 3.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Mayor, could I ask that you watch these dates, and as you see that the portal is open, if you could email me, I'll be glad to put it up on the listservs so that people know. So I'm sure people are interested in signing up when it's appropriate. You had another item you were going to, excuse me, Commissioner Simkowitz, did you have a question?
Yes, I received a note in the chat that Mr. Gur Raventab puts his contact information out there for everyone.
Yes, and let me put my phone number as well.
Yeah, it's in the chat now, I believe. I think Riley put it up. Although, Emir, you might want to put your phone number up there if you want to have people call. You had another item you wanted to discuss.
My other item I wanted to discuss was explaining the new restrictions on indoor dining. So there's a 3-week pause on indoor dining starting December 23rd. And during that time, food seller and big box retailers have no more capacity requirements. And with the public health order from earlier that week, houses of worships and restaurants are now being treated the same. The maximum occupancy is 25% of their certificate of occupancy, or 250, whichever one is fewer. And it's not 50 anymore for houses of worship. Outdoor gatherings are limited to 25, and indoor gatherings are limited to 10, not participating in physical construction.
Okay. Any questions? All right. let me turn to some of our universities.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the MOCR was going to discuss the school reopening plan.
Oh yeah, we could talk more about that. So there's actually 4 different in-person learning models. Starting with, this is for elementary school. Starting for Model A, 1 teacher instructs 1 cohort all week. So it's 1 classroom size and they're all instructed together. The second model, Model B, 1 teacher instructs in person and virtually all week with support staff. And Model C, 2 teachers rotate to instruct 2 days in person and 3 days virtually. So students come to school 4 days per week and have 2 teachers. And each teacher teaches in person 2 days and virtually 2 days. Teachers instruct other half of the classroom virtually. And Model D, 1 teacher instructs 2 cohorts of students in person and virtual. And students come to school 2 days per week, Monday and Tuesday or Thursday or Friday. The teacher teaches 1 cohort on 2 days per week, and another one on the other 2 days per week.
And the projected date for that?
That will be February 1st.
And I guess I don't understand. There are 4 different models. Are they vary according to the school in some way, or what?
Right. Yeah, I believe it's an option that can be taken by DCPS. We don't have much communication with DCPS because what they've done is they've started these reopening community cores, which are specific to each school around the ward. So we don't really have communication with them because they communicate directly with DCPS. So I was asked earlier, like, do I know when Key was going to reopen based on communications between the reopening core and DCPS, but that's not knowledge I have. But I can tell you that the individual reopening cores are the ones that are making these decisions, are responsible to.
So I just want to make sure I understand correctly that non-vaccinated students will be allowed in the buildings. Is that correct?
Good question. Let me get back to you on that. I haven't read anything about vaccination requirements, but this is for elementary schools.
Commissioner Elkins, I question about the, is it tiered based on age? Is the return to, I guess another way to frame it, are pre-K4 children going to be in the same sort of learning environment transition to as 4th and 5th graders? Particularly this half virtual, half in person. And that's one question, which you may or may not know the answer to. And the other question is, are teachers going to be compelled to participate in this, or is this a voluntary program? Because earlier in the fall, there was a dispute about this, and one of the issues that was going to under consideration was that classes were going to be broken up, and there was going to be some kids at Man that were going to be a smaller group of 4-year-olds in a group, and a large group of 4-year-olds, much too large for a class, which I think concerned a lot of people. So I just, how are the teacher logistics? Do you have any insight into that? And you may not, but I think we need to know that.
So I can say that based on in agreement with DCPS and the teachers union last month, they are compelling teachers to come in. Teachers who are on leave or have a condition that makes them susceptible to severe coronavirus disease are going to be exempt still, but they are requiring teachers to come in. And yeah, so it would compel teachers to come in. But I would say that based on the different models, like one model is 1 teachers with 1 class the whole week, no rotations, which is usually how elementary school is. And the other models have more split classes. And this can all be found on the DC Reopen Strong website, which I can link right here.
Question, Commissioner Elkins. On the website, will that have the most up-to-date information on a per school basis? You mentioned that the core teams are the best resources. Is that where they will be posting developments? Amir, that question is directed at you.
I would imagine that these specifics are in the core team meetings, right?
sorry, but where are they publishing the findings of those meetings? I'm not sure where to find that information as both a parent and a commissioner to share it with others.
I honestly am not sure myself. I tried to find it because I was in communication with a member of one of these core meetings with in Key, and they didn't share the details of this with me. So I believe it's an internal process. I'm not sure. I haven't been able to find it online or anything. But I would, as the date approaches February 1st, I imagine that more specifics are going to be released to the public, because they're going to have to start advising teachers and staff when to start coming in.
I wonder whether one of our commissioners would take the task of figuring out how we can inform our entire ANC constituency about what's happening, where to go for information, et cetera. I think this is an item of real interest. And it's not fair. I mean, Amir is not really in that. The mayor's office is not directly involved in that, so it's a little hard for him to answer that. I wonder whether someone will be willing to take that on, and will essentially put that information on the listservs. Do I have a volunteer? I'm getting the emergency thing about the curfew. Don't have a volunteer. Okay, well, Amir, maybe you and I could work together and see if we can find something.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to
Hey, Chuck,
report back on this information dearth.
That would be helpful, because I think a number of, if we're concerned about that, I'm sure there are a lot of parents and others in our area who are equally confused. Good. Okay, thank you very much. I think we have some representatives here from Georgetown, but perhaps Commissioner Simkowitz, you want to start with that?
Yes, because I'm the representative from the ANC to the Georgetown Community Partnership, I would like to introduce the representatives from the hospital who will speak in person. However, I do have an update from the university itself, and I will read that because the university officials were not able to come to the meeting tonight in person, and I will read that update verbatim and then introduce the hospital. The update from Georgetown University is: number one, the new traffic light at entrance 4, the westward entrance and exit of the university on Reservoir Road that is required by the campus plan, is now fully operational. They've cleaned up all the construction debris. It looks beautiful. Everybody's happy with it that I have talked to. That's my addition to that. Number two, last fall, Georgetown had approximately 500 students living in residence halls on the main campus. This spring, Georgetown University plans to bring back to campus approximately 500 additional students, seniors, and students with housing insecurity. All individuals living on or coming to campus and students living in the neighborhoods adjacent to campus are required to sign the university's community compact, which commits people to following all the university's health and safety guidelines, including participating in regular testing, mask wearing, social distancing, and limiting gatherings to no more than 10 people. Number three, for issues related to students living off campus, such as noise, trash, or other quality of life issues, neighbors are encouraged to contact the university's helpline at area code 202-687-8413. The helpline is staffed 24/7 in order to respond in real time, document the incident and how it was resolved, and follow up with the caller if requested. 4, courses for neighbors. The university offers 2 types of courses to seniors living in our nearby neighborhoods, which this spring will all be offered virtually, details of which can be found at communityengagement.georgetown.edu under the Neighbor Resources tab. And under the Georgetown University Community Learning Program, it involves a 9-credit courses offered to neighbors over 55 years of age. Registration fees are $30 for 1 course and $50 for 2 or more courses. Courses are taught by retired university faculty, and most courses meet on the main campus unless otherwise noted, of course, again, virtually. There's a second program called the Senior Citizen Non-Degree Auditor Program. Neighbors over 65 years old can also audit main campus undergraduate courses through the Senior Citizen Non-Degree Auditor Program. Undergraduate courses numbered below 400, with the exception of language courses, are available for audit. Course listings, again, are on the university registrar's website. Neighbors need to obtain a consent form from the professor before auditing the course, and also have to pay a nominal fee of $30 per credit. And with that said, I would like to introduce Emily Emmerich of Shalom Baronic Associates. They're architects, and she is leading the effort at the hospital, and she will present live.
Thank you very much. Is it okay if I share my screen to
Yes,
share
you
the presentation?
You may.
Great, thank you. All right, so I'll just ask if everyone can see it before I dig in here. Thanks for having us during this kind of unprecedented time with COVID and all of the events of today. Really pleased to be here and for all of the support that we've received over the years of this very important project to the hospital, to the university, and the district community as a whole. I'll be, sorry, 1 second. Let me regen this. It sat open for too long. I'll take 1 second. Apologies. All right. So you've all probably seen this image before. Reservoir Road is on the right, if you can see my cursor. Levy Center opposite that, the existing hospital here to the right, and the new surgical pavilion at MGUH provides kind of a new front door to the hospital, kind of giving a new face to all of these kind of disparate additions that were built over time. There is also a substantial below grade construction that provides 3 levels of below grade parking and below grade loading. So no more surface loading when the pavilion is completed. All of that below grade space is covered with pedestrian oriented green space that connects kind of the student life corridor from the southern portion of campus to Reservoir Road for the first time. So pretty excited about that vision, and want to show you what that vision looks like incrementally here coming into reality. So this is a view of the site looking from the roof of Levy toward Reservoir Road. Couple of things to note here. In order for this excavation to have occurred between the existing hospital complex on the left and Darnell Hall on the right, the former Cober Kogan building was previously abated and demolished. All of the utilities that ran through former parking lot A were reallocated to the east and west edges of the site. And then a supportive excavation system was installed. And that's what you see along these edges, holding back the adjacent earth and buildings all around this 3-story excavation. And what you see in the middle is the concrete starting to come back up at those various levels of the building. Obviously, the tower, which is here on the left, will come next. There are 3 tower cranes that are installed. Want to just give a special thanks for your support in the after hours permit for the installation of those to occur over a weekend on Sundays. Very, very helpful to the team. The next view is from St. Mary's looking back at the existing hospital. So this is a view looking west. Again, you can start to see elevated concrete slabs occurring on the south end of the building and working the way north. And then the next photograph is a view from the top of Garage 1 at the main entrance to the existing main entrance to the hospital, looking towards St. Mary's. So this is a view looking east. including the batch plant, the on-site batch plant that occupies former Lot B. And I think that's another special point of thanks to the community for the support in getting that batch plant approved and entitled through the district, which reduces traffic on Reservoir Road for a substantial portion of the construction. Every year, as part of our zoning compliance reporting through the GCP to the zoning administrator, we include an updated project construction timeline. This is also pre-vetted through the hospital construction monitoring work group, which JP is a part through the GCP. And we're pleased to say that we are on schedule for substantial completion spring of 2023, so no change from last year's update. And part of that hospital construction monitoring group process is that we report monthly through the GCP to that subcommittee. We have 3 monitoring reports, one for sound, one for lateral movement monitoring related to that supportive excavation system that I pointed out in the photos, and one for dust and VOC. And all 3 have been in compliance throughout our reporting. Project updates, the 3rd and final tower crane was erected in December. And those will be up for a substantial amount of the construction and will come down at the end. And then we also provide a construction look ahead. And what that looks like is a site plan where Reservoir Road is on the right. So north is to the right, obviously Levy to the left, existing hospital page up, and Darnell and St. Mary's page down. And what this shows is major construction activities that are occurring within the site fence, inboard of the construction boundary, as well as some estimated kind of completion status updates. So what this shows is the construction progressing from the south side of the site to the north, with excavation having been completed on the south, with concrete operations ongoing, excavation ongoing on the north end of Lot A. That concrete operation will follow the batch plant in Lot B. So the excavation is nearly complete. We're going to have just within Lot A 230,000 cubic yards. We're a little over 150,000. And the P2, P3 levels are poured at the south end of the site. P1 level is kind of imminent here. So with that, just kind of a parting shot of an image of the building from former Lot B in that new green space, with our sincere thanks for all of your support through the years, and we'll open to any questions.
Well, thank you very much. Any questions?
I'd like to just add one thing before questions come in, if that's okay.
Let's see, if you could, let's see. Oh, I got it here. All right. Did I hear any questions?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. I'm Regina Woods, Vice President Government Affairs at MedStar.
You need to speak up if you would, Regina, please.
Sorry. So I'm Regina Woods, and Emily and I are really pleased to be here to provide this.
Can't hear you.
You can't hear you. Wow. Is that better?
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit. Go ahead and try it again.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to tell you that we do have a website devoted to providing additional information on the progress of the project. And we have a URL for it. It's called buildingmedicalexcellence.com. And on this site, you can find a wide variety of information including some fact sheets, infographics, construction timeline, and any announcements of construction activity. We also, at one point, we would provide a neighborhood update on a monthly basis, but now it's kind of as issues come up and the neighborhood needs to be alerted. So we have that. It's called, what? It's a neighborhood update. And we would just need, if you don't get that already, you just let me know. JP knows how to get in touch with me, and we can make sure that you are on that list to receive any updates that we might have. But I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Any other questions on Georgetown? Okay, we're going to move on to American University. Maria Berry.
Hi there, good evening. Happy New Year. So our students are still on holiday. This year, because of COVID, we're actually starting the semester a week later. So we actually come back, the 18th is MLK Day. Students come back for camp or come back to start their studies on the 19th. We are continuing to be in our virtual status. And on the 20th is Inauguration Day. So AU is closed for that as well. So we don't have too much to report on that, but the students will be coming back for their semester. And there's not going to be a spring break this year. And so we're starting a week later and there's no spring break. We have a community audit program as well that's going to be back in action for this semester for those that are over 55 and live in the zip codes surrounding American University 20016 and 2008. You can find out more information. I'm going to put the information about the community audit in the chat to everyone. And you can also email communityaudit@au.edu, and I'll drop that in as well. The deadline is coming up for the application for that. Again, our community audit will be all virtual this semester as well. So you can find out more information about that. I'm going to be putting out the monthly community newsletter. We put it out monthly, and that should be going out Thursday or Friday, and there'll be additional information that you can also find on the community audit website about that program. So those are the main highlights. Happy to answer any questions. Okay. And if you're not subscribed to the monthly newsletter, you can find that all on our website at american.edu/community relations, and you'll see an easy area to subscribe to that newsletter.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Commissioner.
Thank you, Maria, for your updates. They're very helpful. I have a question that's a little bit unrelated from what you mentioned, but there was a report in Popville earlier today about photos and videos of an American University branded coach bus being used to transport members of the DC National Guard to the US Capitol. I was just wondering if you might be able to verify this or have any additional information about the subject. I'm just interested. It's not a huge deal, but
yeah, I haven't heard
what
that.
Arrangement is there?
Yeah, I haven't heard that. Ed Fisher is also on the call. If he knows something, he can chime in, but we can certainly reach back out to probably University Communications might know more about that, but we can certainly check into that.
Fantastic. Thank you. I was just very interested when I read the article. It was a little surprising.
Any other questions? Fine. Thank you very much, Ms. Berry. Let's turn now to George Washington University. Kevin Days. Anything new at George Washington?
I don't have any new updates. My updates will follow pretty much the same vein as Georgetown and American. I want to wish everyone a happy new year, and I hope everyone is staying safe, particularly during these extremely challenging times we are facing. Also want to welcome the new commissioners. Pleasure to see you all. Campus at Mount Vernon remains closed to the public. There are approximately 400 students currently on campus. These are a mixture of students who returned who were on campus last semester because of insecure housing, and some additional students who are coming on board, usually student athletes. Last semester, we held our on-campus population to just about 500. We're welcoming about 1,100 more students. Again, I want to be clear, these are all on the Foggy Bottom campus. There are no students being placed in the Mount Vernon campus. Like our sister institutions, we will be starting this semester online again, with classes beginning on January 11th. The vast majority of our students will move back to the Foggy Bottom campus after the inauguration. So right now, as I said, there are about 400 students on campus, but we're not expecting that number to go up substantially until after the inauguration. Those are my updates right now. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Days? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know you had trouble getting in tonight, and several people did. And if you would email me about where any of you who had trouble getting in, where you got the connection information, we must have put it wrong in the wrong place.
Yeah, it was on the facing. It's on the face.
Make a mistake again. So if you could email me and
sure, I'm
tell me
happy to
where
do
we
so.
made a mistake, I'll try to make sure we don't do that again.
Sure.
I apologize for that.
No worries.
Okay. Now, finally, I know we're running a little tight here on the agenda, but I don't want to leave this area without asking whether Councilmember Che's office has anything to report for us. That's Nicholas Mendelson. Mr. Mendelson.
Yes, hi. Good evening, everybody. Happy New Year. I hope everyone is staying safe as well, and welcome to the new commissioners. My name is Nicholas Mendelson. I'm Councilmember Che's Deputy Director of Constituent Services. And as always, please feel welcome to email or call me if you have any kind of constituent service related questions, concerns, requests, anything like that. And I'll be sure to drop my contact information in the chat as well, just so everyone has that for reference. I have one just brief comment, just to add on to Amir's earlier discussion about vaccination information. So it's my understanding that folks may actually sign up to receive an email or text message update when the district's vaccine registration portal opens to additional populations by visiting coronavirus.dc.gov/vaccine and signing up for updates there. And I can put that link in the chat as well. That's also being used as a primary kind of information clearinghouse just on the rollout. Also, just in case this is helpful for any commissioners who are receiving questions from residents regarding about vaccines or anything related to the coronavirus, information is being continued to be posted to that webpage. And prior to Monday, January 11th, folks can continue to call the district's COVID-19 hotline call center at 855-363-0333. And I'll put that information in the chat as well. So if anybody who's got questions about vaccination or doesn't know or can't access the website, they can always call that call center and they should be able to get through to somebody who can answer their questions there. That's pretty much all the information I have for this evening, and I'll make sure to share all that in the chat just so everyone has it handy. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. So we now come to commissioner updates. I would ask you keep it short if you would, but does any commissioner have any update?
I do, Chairman. Elizabeth here.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yep, a brief note for those in the Spring Valley area or AU Park who did not receive notice from Wesley Seminary. They will be hosting a Zoom meeting next Thursday, which is the 14th at 6:30 p.m. I will provide the Zoom link in the chat here to give an overview to residents of developments they are contemplating on campus, including both a residential building, a dormitory building, and an administrative building. So I would encourage neighbors to attend and ask questions of the seminary leadership and of the development team who has been identified to work on the projects.
Good, thank you. Any other commissioner updates? Okay, we come to the time of the agenda when we ask whether there are any community concerns. Here, of course, we're asking for concerns that are not related to any of the agenda items, because we'll have our discussion of the agenda items in turn. But if there's anything that is not related to the current agenda that you want to bring to our attention, this is your opportunity.
I don't know if it's on the agenda to discuss plans for bicycle access, but I had a letter I wanted to read from neighbors in the lower Palisades on the 5400 to 5800 block neighborhood near the Capitol Crescent Trail. I don't know when it's appropriate to ask to be able to insert that.
This is access to the Crescent Trail.
Correct.
That comes up on the agenda tonight. We're
Okay.
we're addressing the need for bicycle and sidewalk improvements, and that is directly on point. If you would hold that for then, I'd appreciate it in the context of the full discussion at that point. Any other community concerns?
Chuck, can you hear me? This is Laura Derrendinger.
Yes, go right ahead.
It's not on the agenda, and I am sharing with you because it is a concern. I'm a neighbor and a mom of 4 kids here in the Wesley Heights neighborhood, and I wanted to let this group know that on December 21st, the State Board of Education unanimously signed and sent a letter to Mayor Bowser asking for an emergency fund to be created for schools that would like to have money, specifically so they can build outdoor learning options as a safe way to have in-person learning during COVID, and also for its documented long-term benefits. So if any of you are interested in this, I did post the letter early on in the chat, so you can see exactly what was written. And if this is something you'd like to be interested in helping with, one of the first steps you could do is write to the mayor and say that you think that this would be an appropriate thing to do as well. The money is being asked for by a coalition in DC called the DC Coalition on Equitable Outdoor Education. And the idea is that $4 million was asked for because the mayor made $4 million available for restaurants to winterize and have infrastructure for outdoor space for outdoor dining. And so that $4 million was simply put there based on the fact that it would be reasonable to at least give that much money for outdoor learning opportunities. Thank you.
Good. So people know where to, did you say you're putting something in the chat that would tell people where to write this? If you could do that, Laura, that would be good. Okay. We've now come to a short presentation on family leave. This is a new policy of the DC government, which I think many of us know that it passed, but I don't think we probably know the details of it, where you've asked them to give us a 5-minute presentation, and then we can ask some questions if necessary. And I think Mr. Scheer is here. You're free to share your screen if you'd like as well.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chairman Elkins, for having us tonight. I am really glad to be here representing the Department of Employment Services. My name is Elliot Skur. I work for the Office of Paid Family Leave, and I'm especially glad to be here in the spirit of continuing government operations, as you mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, Chairman Elkins. So I will share my screen with just a very brief presentation. The main point that I want to get across, as you mentioned, is basically that we are here and to give you and your fellow commissioners and your constituents just some basic information to know where to go if they need benefits from our program. So it'll just be a very high level presentation that I want to give. It'll be very short. Did that show the presentation?
Yes, that's good.
Great. Okay, so yes, you did mention it passed back in 2017. There was a development phase, and now it is fully operational. We began collecting taxes from all private sector businesses in DC in 2019. This includes nonprofit hospitals and universities. It includes all private sector employers in the district. In July 2020, we began paying benefits for all private sector workers in DC. So this does not include government workers, either district government or federal government, but it includes all other private sector workers, for-profit or nonprofit, or in some cases, some religious institutions. We provide benefits for workers who experience one of three varieties of qualifying events: parental leave events, which means having a baby or adopting a child; a family leave event, which means having a family member who has a serious health condition. In some cases, that could mean COVID, if it is serious enough. And also a medical leave event for the worker, him or herself, which includes serious health conditions that generally fall under the FMLA. So we provide benefits for more serious health conditions that would qualify for the FMLA, which again, in some cases could include COVID. Employers have important roles for this program. They are the sole funders of the program through a 0.62% payroll tax. All employers in the district have been paying this tax for over a year, since July 2019. Their main responsibility now, in addition to paying the tax, is simply to notify their employees of this program. All private sector workers should have already been notified of this program beginning last February. So this hopefully should not be a surprise to most workers in DC who should already, by law, have been notified by their employer. But we just want everyone to know that employers are required to notify their employees of this program. Self-employed individuals who work in DC are allowed to opt in and to pay 0.62% of their gross self-employment income and to receive benefits from the program. Our program provides up to $1,000 a week per week that someone is off, up to 8 weeks for a parental leave event. So that's 2 months for someone who has a baby. They can take off and receive benefits to bond with their child. It's a progressive benefit structure, which means it provides a higher wage replacement for lower earners and a lower wage replacement for higher earners. So just as an example, for someone making about $20 an hour, including restaurant workers, including tips, let's say that's this person would receive about $720 per week. Someone at a higher income, earning about a $60,000 salary would get about a $935 benefit, and someone earning $100,000 a year would receive the maximum $1,000 weekly benefit, which will increase this coming July with inflation. Workers will submit claims directly to our office, so they don't go through their employer. They apply directly through the Office of Paid Family Leave at the website that I'll show in a minute. We process the claim within 10 days and will notify the employer and the employee whether the claim has been approved or denied. This is a complicated slide, but the main point I want to get across is that there are many other similar programs that you may have heard of: the Accrued Sick and Safe Leave Act, the District of Columbia Family Medical Leave Act, the Federal Family Medical Leave Act. There are many overlapping programs, and this is yet another one. So if you have any questions about how these interact, I'm happy to answer them here, or you can contact me or our office at this email address here, or by going to the webpage here. We have a lot of resources about the benefits and about the coordination with these other leave laws. So that's what I wanted to get across tonight. Thank you for having us, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Well, thank you very much. I think it is helpful for people to know who to contact, and you have your contact information there, and that's excellent. And I think, let me just see if there are any questions from the audience. Okay, this is very helpful. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to now turn to Commissioner Simkowitz, who's going to lead us in the next section of our agenda, having to do with a Board of Zoning adjustment application for Macarthur Boulevard. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This meeting came to ANC 3D as a result of the applicant, which is known as Polygon Holdings LLC, their application to the Board of Zoning Adjustment with regard to the construction of an apartment building in place of an existing single-family home located within a duplex structure with an address of 4457 to 4459 MacArthur Boulevard Northwest. The applicant, which owns the property located at 4457, is represented by an attorney named Martin Sullivan. The owner of the property located at 4459 is represented by an attorney named Pat Brown. I do not have any special individual interest in this project. Therefore, as a commissioner in whose single member district this property is located, I'm merely introducing the two attorneys to present their various arguments for and against this project. In order to assist the commission in evaluating this project, I asked the two parties to present written position statements to the commission in advance of tonight's meeting. And both attorneys submitted such statements, and I thank them for that. I've asked both parties to present arguments in person during tonight's meeting, and I also asked both parties to submit draft resolutions for our commission to review, since no commissioner has any special individual interest in this project, and the parties have submitted such draft resolutions. Again, I thank Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Brown for their written submissions and their appearances tonight. I anticipate that the commission will hear arguments on the applicant's application tonight and vote on the application during our February 3rd meeting, which is in advance of the February 10th hearing before the Board of Zoning Adjustment. Therefore, the commission's decision on which resolution to endorse or whether to add or subtract from those submissions, or alternatively, draft an entirely different resolution, will be made with sufficient time to send that decision to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. After reading the 4459 owner's position, Commissioner Elkins learned of a potential standing issue with regard to Polygon Holdings LLC. And with that said, I have three preliminary questions for Polygon Holdings LLC before we get into the formal presentations from Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Brown. Mr. Sullivan, are you with us?
I am, yes. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. The three questions, and I'll go in order. The owner of 4457 alleges in their position paper that applicant Polygon Holdings LLC is not properly registered with the District of Columbia Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs as a limited liability company. Is this correct?
To my knowledge, I'm not sure about that. They were doing that, and the representative of the owner is here with us, Hossein Kamiab, which I think should be on the phone. Hossein, are you on?
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Do you want to take that first question? I mean, the question was, is the LLC registered as a foreign entity in the district, I think?
Yeah. So, yeah, it's not necessary for us to be registered in DC for an acquisition of a property. Whenever we've done that, it's just before the condo docs are registered. At that point, our attorney then applies for that. So until then, there is no requirement for that.
What is the basis for that that belief? It's my understanding that the house is currently being rented. Is that correct?
The house is currently being rented. That's right. Yeah.
Does Polygon Holdings hold a basic business license with regard to a residential housing endorsement for the rental of that property?
Sorry, are you talking about a business license, or are you talking about the company being registered in DC?
Well, both, because in order to transact business in DC, it's my opinion and belief based on the reading of the law that you have to have a license from the District of Columbia to rent the property, but also in order to get the license, you need to be properly registered as a limited liability company. Do you have both the rental license first, and second, do you have the registration as an LLC.
So yeah, the registration, like I said, we haven't done because we never do that until then. We're developers, we don't normally rent. With regards to rental, I'd have to speak to the administrator and find out about that. We don't normally do rentals, so I'm not au fait with the license that we need for that. I'd have to check and see if they've done that.
I direct your attention to DC Code 29-105.02 B, which states a foreign filing entity doing business may not maintain an action or proceeding in the district unless it is registered to do business in the district. What basis do you have to submit any registration if you're not licensed as an LLC? Do you have any support for your statement that you don't have to be registered?
I am not familiar with this because we don't normally do rentals. We're developers. It just happened that this property we never buy properties that are in a good state. So it just happened. This is actually the first time that we found a property that was in a good enough state to rent out. So I can't comment on that because I don't know enough about it, but I can find out and get back to you.
Well, we're here tonight. It's your obligation to present all the facts tonight. And if you are not properly licensed to rent the property out, then that goes into the standing issue that Commissioner Elkins brings up.
Sure.
Commissioner, if I may, hold on, Hossein, one sec, Commissioner, if I may. Yeah. These are all issues I believe are unrelated to the issue before us tonight, and they're whatever it is. If there's no vote until February, we can clear them up anyway. Before then, we often do BZA applications for property owners who are an applicant, who are just property owners, and they're not registered as entities in the district. But it seems to me like it's an issue that if the ANC doesn't want to hear this tonight because of this issue, we can resolve it by next month if you want to do that. But if you want to litigate it tonight with this discussion, I don't know that we're prepared to have a decision maker available on that, because I'm not a business attorney.
Well, Mr. Sullivan, the opposition that was submitted by the 4459 owner was provided to you on Monday, and that had time to look into that, because I think that's a standing issue that Commissioner Elkins has raised, and at this point I asked Commissioner Elkins if he has a resolution to present on the issue of standing.
Can I ask how this relates to?
I thought you were going to have us do our presentations each side rather than have this, whatever this.
Well, Mr. Sullivan, like I said, we have a standing issue that is fundamental to.
Okay, so we're not doing presentations. Okay.
Well, not necessarily. We may do presentations after, but Commissioner Elkins has the right to make a motion and submit a resolution.
Okay.
Let me jump in here. Yes, at some point in this meeting, I would like to introduce a resolution related to this issue, but I also would like for us to hear the merits of the rest of the merits of the case, which these parties are prepared to do. So I would ask that we go ahead with the discussion of the other aspects of this case, and when we get to the end of it, we can decide how to move forward with regard to my concern about the standing.
And with that said, from Commissioner Elkins, I ask that Mr. Sullivan present his case, at which point we will move on to Mr. Brown with the 4459 owner's opposition, and then we will hear any other testimony from other members of the public, with questions coming after that from commissioners. Mr. Sullivan?
Thank you, Commissioner. This relates to 4457 Macarthur Boulevard, and the architect, Mr. Adam Crane, is with us here tonight. We're at BZA asking for relief from two areas, and I think I'll go over. I have a, if I could share my screen, I have a short narrative on the BZA relief, and then we'll turn it over to the architect to do the plans. Do I have the ability to share?
Yes, you do.
You might have to make him a co-host.
Well, and I'll, in the meantime, I will discuss that issue. We're asking for relief under section U 421. This is the RA1 zone. It's an apartment zone. In the RA1 zone, all new multifamily residential development requires BZA approval. Up until a few months ago, this would have been a matter of right conversion, because the interpretation was that when you're doing an addition to an existing building, it is not new residential development. There was a BZA appeal a couple months ago that overturned that interpretation. And so now any sort of conversion, whether you're doing a new building or not, in the RA1 requires this approval. The other area of relief that we're asking for is we currently have an 8-foot side yard. And according to the proposed plans, we need a 9-foot side yard or an 8.9-foot side yard for the extension in the rear. And so we're asking for a foot of relief for side yard. But other than that, the structure is within the matter of right development standards. And so those are the two areas of relief. I'll see if I can share. No, it's not allowing me to share the screen. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Crane to present the project plans. Thank you.
Sure. I think I do have sharing ability, so I'll pull these up here. Can someone let me know if they can see that?
Yes. Yes.
All right, thank you, everybody. My name is Adam Crane. I'm the architect for this project. It's a conversion to an 8-unit apartment house in the RA1 zone. Photo of the existing conditions from the street. It is the property on the right. As existing, it's 2-level, 1 of 2 semi-detached homes here. I guess an aerial view, kind of for context here. It is, it's this one right here that I'm drawing a red circle around. You'll see that kind of over here. You've got a large apartment building. Over here, you have a large apartment building. It is attached to this house here, which is pretty much a mirror of it, but a little bit smaller. They share a parking access easement that comes in this way. That'll go into that garage and that garage. And this driveway by this inboard, or I guess interior lot, also shares that. That's a single family house back there. You'll see there's additional apartment buildings along this side, townhomes across the street, for a little bit of context. Going to the site plan, these arrows kind of show how that parking is accessed through the existing easement. We're looking to have 4 parking spaces back here, 2 full size, 2 compact. Trash areas will be back here. We'll have an outdoor short-term bicycle space there. We're not proposing any front additions. We're actually looking to keep the existing street facade relatively unchanged. You'll see this dashed line kind of delineates the outline of the existing building. So all these darker shaded areas are on the site plan where we're proposing the additions. You know, we've kind of got a walkway that'll go all the way through here to maintain the existing side yard as much as we can. There is going to be some stair access to some of the units on the side there, as you can see. Some renderings of the concept here. You'll see this dark. This is the walkway that goes through the side yard. The existing facade kind of being kept here with additions above and setback. There is a penthouse level proposed above the 3rd floor. It's kind of up here out of view on this perspective, and it's actually up here out of view on this perspective as well. So it's going to be quite not visible depending on where you're standing, possibly visible from across the street. Got you know, little outdoor terraces for some of these lower level units that are here visible from the front. And you'll see there's a kind of sunken areaway accesses here for the units that are accessed from the basement. Look at some of the floor plans. This is kind of an explanation of how this building is set up. We'll go from the bottom up, starting with the cellar level. We have 3 units that occupy the cellar. They're all 1 bedroom, 1 bath. You'll see their accesses are coming this way. So they've all kind of got their their own front door and access from there. There is a shared bike room as required by zoning once you hit 8 units that's accessed from this areaway down here. That's accessible to all the units in the building. Going up on the first floor, we've got unit 4 and 5 here. Unit 5 is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. It has its access from a terrace here and also a terrace from the rear there. Unit 4 is a 1-bedroom. It's accessed here from the shared landing. There's another door here that would provide the stair access up to the units above on the second floor. Unit 4 has an interior stair here that you'll end up here on the second floor for its second bedroom. Going back down, this main entryway will land right here. You can go into unit 6 this way or go up to the third floor through this stair. You'll see unit 6 here, 2-bedroom unit facing the rear. And as we go up to the third floor, we have the unit entries for 7 and 8. 7 is a multi-level unit with its bedrooms on the penthouse level and its living area here on the third floor at the front. You see that interior stair will end up around here, 2 bedrooms, 2 baths with walkout terrace conditions that are set back as required by zoning. The third floor unit at the rear, unit 8, 2-bedroom. You can see here in purple. I do have some detailed floor plans if you want to go over that, but I kind of just went over all that. I'll switch to elevations now. You'll see this is kind of the property line right here. The front facade, more or less in this box. Third floor addition above, penthouse addition above and setback. This is kind of a view from through the existing adjacent property. Side elevation, you'll see that the penthouse is set back here from the front. Rear elevation. There's a section view that might better clarify how we split this up as it's color coordinated. The cellar level extends a little bit. This is kind of a unique mathematical problem with this zoning that 40% lot occupancy is the max that's allowed here, which is what that cellar is set at. The way that the FAR calculates, it's basically if you divide it by 3, it ends up being 3 levels and smaller than the lot occupancy maximum. That's why the building is kind of shaped like this. And the penthouse has these required setbacks from zoning from the edge of the building, which we've provided, as you can see. As my last slide, just one more section kind of showing the how the building's cut up. So I'll go back to the site plan here. If there's any other questions, I'd be happy to field those. Or Marty, you're welcome to chip in also.
How many parking places are for these units?
We're showing 4 back here, 2 full size and 2 compact. I believe zoning requires 1 for every 3 in excess of 4. So that would mean with 4 units, you require no parking. 7 units will require 1, and up to 10 will require 2. So for 8 units, we would require 2, which means we're proposing to provide 2 in excess of what zoning requires.
I think that's not accurate for multi-unit dwellings. Under zoning R, you need one parking space for every 2 units.
So actually that's, I'm sorry, this is
701.5.
Thanks. This is RA1 and it requires, the requirement's just 1. We made a slight change to the plans that are in the BZA files right now. We had 9 units. 9 units would have required 2 spaces. 8 units actually just requires 1 parking space. The requirement is 1 for every 3 residential units after the first floor.
So yeah, what I see there is for R and F zones, which this is an R zone.
No, this is actually an RA zone. The R zone is just the residential single family zones. R1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, the R is a different zone. That's a single family zone.
RA is for residential apartment zone. The R zone is just for the single family zone, and the RF is residential flat, which is 2 units.
So Commissioner Simkowitz, are we ready to hear from the opposing party?
If Mr. Sullivan is complete with his presentation.
If Commissioner Simkowitz, if I could reserve a minute just to respond to Mr. Brown, or if you just want me to go over what I could do that now based on what he had mentioned already, if that's more efficient, whatever you prefer.
Let's go forth with Mr. Brown, and then you have an opportunity to respond. Is that fair?
Yeah, one minute would be great. Just to, I don't want to slow it down. Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Patrick Brown from Greenstein, DeLorme, and Lux. I'm counsel for Dr. Dawn Leah, who is the owner occupant of 4459 Macarthur. Dr. Leah is with us tonight, as well as Stephen Dupont, an architect who is part of our team. Before I go too far, I'd like to introduce Dr. Leah, but first, welcome to the new commissioners. I've met Commissioner Permel, and you'll probably get used to seeing me on a fairly regular basis here on other matters, so you're forewarned. If I could briefly let Dr. Leah introduce herself and put her personal perspective on this before we start talking the zoning issues.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And I'd also like to congratulate and welcome the new commissioners. I just wanted to say that I've resided in this area since 1983, and specifically in my home here at 4459 MacArthur in the Palisades, Foxhall Village communities since 1993. For 28 years, I've been here. And I've made positive contributions to our neighborhoods. A lot of you know me. I want to remain in my home where I have raised my family. I've hosted countless international guests. This is my home. It's the first home I ever purchased. And for those of you that have purchased your first home, you always remember it. And some of us are lucky enough to live in it for a long time. So I've reached out to the Palisades and Foxhall Village listservs, which are my communities. And so I've posted, so many of you are aware of my feelings about this proposed development. And I anticipate many negative impacts related to this proposed development to myself, my home, and to my communities at large. And those I've posted on the listserv, and you all are very well aware of those. For those of you not aware, my house is firmly attached to 4457, and they were built as a common structure. And there are people on this call tonight who literally grew up in this house. And at one time, these houses, they were connected. There's a common attic, the common basement. There were doors going back and forth from one side to the other. This is a common structure. So I'm going to reference Abraham Lincoln a little bit about his house divided speech. And then, it's been referenced in recent days, and we're from a political climate. But ladies and gentlemen, if you will give me just 1 second, I'm using this quote not in a political or social context, but regarding the structural context of my home built in the 1890s. There have been reports in recent memory of the other half of a structure literally collapsing when the building next to it was taken away during a construction project, particularly older structures, one of which was on Wisconsin Avenue. So you can see that I'm upset. I'm afraid I'm going to lose my home in more ways than one. I'd like to say that the actions by this developer, and you can tell by Mr. Simowitz's questions earlier in the presentation, so those actions and actions directly towards me have been unscrupulous, and I don't expect these behaviors to change toward me or towards our community at large. They frankly don't care. So this action to push me from my home of 28 years, when I'm nearing retirement, it's unfathomable and unconscionable. And I quickly want to thank all of you who have reached out to support me, my family, and the closest neighbors and the community at large. There have been phone calls, emails, listserv responses, and I just thank you all very much. So thank you, Mr. Brown, for the time.
You're welcome. If I could, I'm trying to share something. Hold on. Does everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. And before I start, two things. One, as it was presented today, as I understand it, and I haven't seen the plans that were presented today, I would appreciate my colleague Marty providing a copy. We're now talking about a total of 8 units on the 4457 project, which is a slight but really meaningless difference from my client's perspective. I would like to draw your attention to this picture. On the left-hand side is 4459, Dr. Leah's house. Right-hand side, 4457. And you can see one, this is got a common front porch, roof. They share a similar stairs to the front, facade, roof. And
two people live 2 different houses? And the Leah, Dr. Leah's in one of those?
Dr. Leah is on the left-hand white structure. The one with the blue door and blue shutters is 4457. This building.
If I may, for just a second, sir. My name is Daniel Johnson. I'm the grandson of the owner of 4459. I can pretty much tell everybody in this meeting tonight that I've spent more time in this house than anybody. It's got a common basement. It's got a common attic. It's got a common porch. There is no separation except for actually inside the building itself. It was built as one building in the mid-1880s. It has a stone foundation, laid stone, that goes around the circumference of the building, not down the center. I know this because I've spent many a night there as a young child, spent many a day at Hardy, running across Macarthur Boulevard back and forth to the trolley right away. To take that house and split it in half would do irreparable damage to 4459, as it has to many other monolithically built houses that were from that neighborhood that were split in half in the quest for either a more modern look or shared apartments, whatever the case may be.
Mr. Johnson, if I might interrupt, thank you for your contribution. You are a little bit.
No, you may not interrupt.
You're a little bit out of order, if you don't mind. I would like you to hold your comments, if any more. We'd like to go on with the presentation and wait for the discussion time. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Brown, if you could continue, please.
Yes, and Mr. Johnson's comments were helpful, and hopefully he can complete them later. But as we look at this picture on the screen, before I go forward, in this matter, it's not the project being sought is not a matter of right. The applicant has to meet its burden of proof to meet the special exception standards. And I think the most relevant questions in the special exception standards are, one, that this project not substantially adversely affect the use enjoyment of any abutting or adjacent dwelling, including privacy of use and enjoyment of neighboring properties, and not substantially visually intrude upon the character, scale, and pattern of houses along the street frontage. And then the general section 901.2 special exception prong will not tend to adversely affect the use of neighboring property. So with those tests in mind, I'd ask you to look at this application.
Your Lux Trump's account for 12 hours and he moved his post.
And this is the front and rear perspective that was offered in the application. And I don't believe it's changed in the new materials. But if you look on the right-hand front perspective, one, where you see what now is a common front facade, common covered roof, common roof line, what will occur is that the front facade will be removed. It's interesting that almost exclusively the 4459 perspective is not included in this picture, so that you don't really have a feel for the impact or comparison. But if you go back to the previous drawing, try to imagine what's going to occur. Going back and looking at the rear perspective, one, you've got the cellar level, first, second, third, and the penthouse level here. You've got the rear deck here. You've got entrances, I think it's on the second or third level that enter from the side over here. And you have Dr. Lear's house here, where the new building is overlooking her property. Certainly from a perspective standpoint, it's overwhelming that property, and then looking down into her rear yard, all going to light, air, privacy, enjoyment. But you can imagine, and I've said it before in my position paper, these drawings are misleading given the scale of the building, because you don't see the penthouse space in any meaningful way, and you don't see from the side, this side that faces Dr. Leah, the actual physical intrusion and visual intrusion onto her property, which again is immediately next door. If I could, this is Dr. Leah's property, Macarthur Boulevard here, the existing building here. And the driveway we've been talking about is not on Dr. Leah's property, but on the adjoining 976, which is 4465. It's 10 feet running from the street back to the rear of the property. It serves 4459, 4457, and 4461, which was shown in one of the applicant's drawings. One, it's a 10-foot driveway easement. It established going back perhaps as far as 1925, but certainly documented in 1948 for single-family purposes, 1, 2, or 3, not to service a multifamily dwelling. Also note at the rear of the property, 4459, shown here, there's a 12-foot right-of-way that was created. That right-of-way extends in the same 12 feet onto 4457 for reciprocal purposes. The parking that's being shown, and this is from the application, I don't have the current drawing, but it's essentially the same. This area here is subject to the 12-foot right-of-way, which would eliminate the right to 1.5 parking spots here, a 9-foot parking spot plus another 3 feet. So notwithstanding also there are no turning diagrams or other instructive of whether this is actually usable, the right of way encumbers their right to put parking there. Going back, and I think it's plain to see the visual intrusion that this visual and physical intrusion this property will make, certainly on Dr. Leah's property, but also one needs to look at the character of the neighborhood. And this is the applicant's own drawing. We have the subject property, 2 blue single-family dots. The existing apartment buildings, which are still relatively low scale, are anomalies given that the predominant use in the neighborhood are these blue dots, single family, and even across the way, multifamily 2 to 5 units. So in the context here, an 8 or 9 unit apartment, whichever it may be, is out of character with the existing pattern of the neighborhood. I think, and perhaps Dr. Lee can expand upon it, but 8 or 9 units likely to be occupied by multiple people. These are not, efficiency, by and large, efficiency units, so that you have multiple occupants in each unit. Stephen Dupont estimates that based on the information he had, as many as 35 occupants could reasonably be expected to use the new 4457 property. You balance that against Dr. Lee's property with a single family home. She's there by herself, but a single family home could have up to 6 unrelated occupants living together. And you see how just the intensity of use is overwhelming at Dr. Lee's property. And that will bring with it adverse impacts that run the gamut: noise, just the intensity of use, the number of people, the coming and going along that driveway. This building is a private building, so there'll have to be private trash pickup, again, from the rear of the property. All things that don't belong and don't have any place in the context of 2 single-family dwellings side by side with this history.
Mr. Brown, I ask you to finish up, if you would, please.
And I think I'll leave it at that. Certainly, and I would one last point just to add to the further context. If you look at the 2 lots side by side, they're both narrow, deep, small lots. And you're maximizing the development on 4457 so that in that confined space with that level of intensity of use, all the impacts are going to be magnified just by virtue of scale and proximity. So that certainly for Dr. Lee, what might be of less import in a larger environment would certainly be magnified, intensified, and directed entirely at her, where the new building overlooks her property and looms over and towers over it. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Chair, I suggest that Mr. Sullivan have his response time, and then we open it up to question. We open it up actually to statements from the community, which I think should be limited to 2 minutes, and then we can open it up to questions from the commissioners.
Yes, that sounds like a good plan. So, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Just be very brief. The easement at the rear of 4457 is not reciprocal from any deed that I've seen. It merely benefits 4457, or it's the rear of 4459 actually. There's easement across that property so that you can get to those parking spaces. It's not reciprocal. It does not burden 44/7. So those parking spaces should be fine there. And at least from the deeds I've seen, maybe there's something else I'm not aware of. I think Mr. Brown conflated. He stated that the special exception criteria was light and air, privacy, character, scale, and pattern. That test only relates to the side yard relief. So that test relates to the 1 foot of relief for the rear extension of the side yard. So the BZA will apply that standard to a review of what's the difference between a building with a 8-foot side yard and a 9-foot side yard. And I would say that that's not a substantial detriment from 1 foot. The density permitted, which is the density itself is permitted. So if you were doing a single family or a 2-unit building, you could build this structure as a matter of right. So effectively, it's the use within it that's before the BZA. It's the lowest density in the entire city. It's a 0.9 FAR, which is lower than the density that's permitted in the R1 zone, even in the R1A zone. So, and this is something that if this was denied, the neighbor could go ahead and build the same structure on her property as a matter of right, if it was 1 or 2 units, or could do the same, or could do the same type of application. Because she has advertised her property as being available for multifamily conversion in the listing for that property when she was trying to sell it. So that's all I have. Thank you very much. And I think that I get the connection thing. It's connected to an adjoining building. That is not uncommon for the RA1 zone, and it's not uncommon in the district. That leads to concerns for engineering, construction, and building code issues, which will be worked out by DCRA, and which the applicant knows that it has to be very careful about in any construction with an adjoining building, and they will be sure to do that. But it's not an issue that the BZA is going to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. In order for every person that would like to comment on this to speak, I ask that the that the clerk of this commission, Riley Schlatt, maintain the 2-minute timer on his own. There's no way to put it on the screen. So Mr. Schlatt, if someone goes over 2 minutes, can you interject, please? And if anyone would like to speak on this issue, please raise your hand and we will address them. Ms. Morell.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and thank you very much, and thank you for your presentations. I do want to mention a few things. I live at 4559 Macarthur Boulevard, and there's just a few points that I want to mention. This is already a very crowded part of Macarthur Boulevard. Increasing the density will add an enormous amount of traffic once we start back up to work again. I'm concerned that this proposed project won't add any value to the community. It's basically taking a property and adding increased density to that, increased traffic, increased vehicles. There's going to be parking on the streets, Ubers coming and going, picking up people, and it's going to get very tricky there. It seems like the 8 additional living units are going to be excessive for the footprint, and that's just my opinion. Also, if anybody's driven down Macarthur Boulevard recently, there are apartments, low-rise apartments, all up and down the street that have vacancy signs. So we have plenty of properties available. What value is adding more properties at this point in time in this particular area? Also, we don't know, are these apartments, are they condos? And also, one of the things we haven't addressed is the environmental impact of building, the increased building, and the concerns during the building process in this already jammed corridor of Macarthur Boulevard. And this could cause irreversible overdevelopment in this stretch of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morell. Next, we have Mr. Milgram, who submitted written testimony, which was circulated to the commissioners. Mr. Milgram, 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Simkowitz. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
You're kind of
okay,
breaking
good.
up, Mr. Milgram.
Okay, I'll do the best I can with my earbuds. This is an application for a special exception triggered by the conversion of a single-family dwelling. I encourage the ANC not to support it. It's not in the interest of our community. I have submitted written comments, and we're short on time, so I'm just going to mention a few things. And I encourage you to read my comments. First off, architecturally, all the plans, the renderings show it as though it were a single structure. There's hardly any indication of the northern half of the building. This is a single building. There may be two properties from the point of legal ownership, but it is a single building. And they're basically adding 16 feet to the top of one half of it, and it's going to look awful. There's a line about intruding on the visual character scale and pattern of the houses along the street, and this is really going to do just that. There's some inconsistencies in the documents, which I will bring up to point out the need for reading them carefully. And finally, the distasteful matter of the sign that appeared over the summer, announcing that Section 8 housing was coming and student accommodation coming soon. We know what this is about. It's not too hard to decode what they were trying to do. I cannot interpret it in any other way other than an attempt to discourage potential buyers of the neighboring property.
Mr. Milgram, you have reached your 2 minutes and we have to cut you off.
Thank
anyone
you.
else? Mr. Weath?
I'm Joseph Weathers. I represent my mother, Josephine Weathers, that lives at 4461 MacArthur, behind both of these properties. For years, people that live in 4457, either by moving or having deliveries, have constantly knocked out her telephone line, used her front parking without any disregard, damaged her fence, and plus the fact that this monstrosity that they're going to build on 4457 is so much higher that now it blocks the sun to her kitchen where she likes to sit. Mom's 87 years old. We try to keep her safe. I'm concerned about all the workmen and everyone seeing a lonely 87-year-old woman back there by herself. And this thing is going to be blocking her sun. She enjoys her evening sitting in her kitchen, getting the sun, watching her TV, drinking her tea, walking her dog, which she won't be able to do because all this construction is going to block that whole area up. It's just, it's not something that we want. I'll have to increase security there. It's something we don't need. We have plenty of open apartments there. People are not living in these apartments. There's no need for this. And by the way, the parking that you suggest, the people that owned that before illegally blocked off that area that used to be a throughway to the other apartment building. They never purchased it. And you need to look at that because that is still a throughway. So that's all I'm going to say. We'll go deeper if we have to fight this, but we are adamantly against this. And the fact that these scummy guys try to keep Dawn, push her out of her house, offer her a lot of money, and then back down 500,000.
Thank you, Mr. Weathers. You've reached your 2 minutes.
All right, thank you, JP.
Former Commissioner Kravitz, welcome back.
Say that now. Actually, I do want to hear more about this, the lowering of the offer. But I actually had a couple questions. First, I want to commend the architect Adam Crane. He squeezed every possible ounce of space out of this. I mean, but that's all this is. This is just a money grab. I mean, this is 40% lot occupancy, 40 feet, FAR is hitting on the nose. You shouldn't be surprised that people are upset with this project. Nonetheless, that was, you were asked to do that, and I get that. I just had a couple questions. We've had some problems with plumbing and with sufficiency of water pipes in our community. I can't imagine that the existing plumbing there is capable of supporting what, like 24 fixtures you're planning on putting in. I was wondering if you had already looked into what type of plumbing you would need there. Secondly,
oh, sorry.
yeah, 3 questions. Secondly, so the penthouse, is that by right in this type of project, or is there something that you guys need to do to obtain the 12+3 penthouse? And then third, clearly the cellar is not counting, the cellar space is not counting your FAR. What is the actual, at which point, when would the cellar space start counting towards the FAR? Because the house didn't appear to be, that level didn't appear to be sunken in sufficiently for it to be obviously not FAR countable. So I was curious as to what the measurement was there.
Thank you, former Commissioner Kravitz. Mr. Crane, can you respond to those 3 questions?
Sure, of course. Thanks for your comments. Sorry, the DC Water will usually submit upgraded water lines for the additional fixtures and the sprinklers that are required. Almost every multifamily building in the city will have an upgraded service. So there'll be a new tap, new run to the street, and that would take care of everything regarding a water load. But you're right, absolutely, what's existing would not service it as is. Regarding the penthouse is achieved. Penthouse is in excess of the FAR that's allowable by zoning. It's achieved by paying into the penthouse fund. So there's a fee paid for by the developer. There's a calculation that's done with regards to the FAR, the land area, the lot, the FAR land area, and then the assessed value. There's a calculation that's provided, and they basically pay into the housing fund to achieve that. It's a developer incentive provided by zoning. The cellar FAR is exempt. The cellar area is exempt from FAR. It's the rule is when it's 5 feet above adjacent grade. Marty, check me on that, but I think it's 5 feet above adjacent grade. So anything below that is exempt from FAR.
Is there anyone else in the community that would like to comment on this matter?
Commissioner Simkowitz, this is Pat Brown. And the chair asked me to move on, but could I ask for 2 minutes for my architect, Stephen Dupont, who is part of our team? I think that would be helpful, and I think he can do it in 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Dupont?
How are you? Welcome to the new year. Happy New Year to you on this most interesting day. I can be quick. A lot of things have already been touched on. The original design that I saw was quite imaginary. What I'm seeing now is much more complete. The habitable penthouse I see, and that is where the IZ requirement comes in, which has finally been mentioned. I hadn't seen that in anything before. I think that there may be a requirement for a second stair. Spaces above the 3rd floor are no longer allowed not to have a second exit unless the travel distance, the exit access is less than 125 feet. That takes up lot occupancy, so that may force a change. The driveway problem is a multi-layer problem, really. It's there by easement, of course. I didn't realize that it also affected the house behind. I've come into this project a little bit late. So the population of minimum 16, maybe maximum of 35 people at times in the new building is certainly an issue. More perhaps immediately a problem would be construction traffic, because it's an access easement, not a parking easement. And so the special exception for the narrower side yard becomes a problem in a couple of ways. One is that because the 2 houses are built together and the party wall is not a party wall, it's just a wood frame separation, there's going to be floor area lost inside of the new structure to put up the 2-hour required structure against the property line. And then there are also asking for the
Mr.
foot.
Dupont, I'm going to ask you to wrap this up.
Just take a second more.
Because you're representing a party, I'm going to give you an additional 2 minutes, and
I
then
have
I'm going to
one-
give Mr. Crane time for rebuttal.
I just want to finish the one comment. The symmetry of applications is not accurate because the 4457 has a waiver on the side yard, but 4459 has the driveway encroachment into their future opportunity. And it's a much more compressed situation. So they have to deal with the traffic. They have to deal with less of an opportunity for development in the future, which was implied by the applicant. That it's not at all symmetrical.
Thank you. Mr. Crane, I'm going to give you 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Sure. Just to check, there's three things we talked about. The IZ requirement, the second potential need for a second set of stairs regarding egress code, and then the parking at rear. So that's what I'll address. Regarding the IZ requirement, the Penthouse Addendum, well, I believe it falls in or is related to the IZ program. It does not trigger the need for an IZ unit. That's actually what you're paying for into the housing fund. So if we were doing an IZ building for, say, bonus density, we would then fill out a Penthouse Addendum for the penthouse, and then an additional form, the CIZC, for the IZ bonus density, and that would then trigger the IZ unit that's required. So this is achieved simply by paying into the housing fund for the penthouse space.
You still have
it
to fill
doesn't
those forms out.
one form, the Penthouse Addendum form, you're correct, but not the IZ form.
It's still IZ though.
Okay. I guess I'm just trying to point out that it doesn't necessitate an IZ unit. And
Mr. Dupont, please let Mr. Crane finish.
I can send you copies of both forms. They're separate.
No, that's fine. I know what they are.
So regarding the second set of stairs, I actually was on a call with head of structural, Christopher Bailey, a week ago going over the details of something like this. So the current, what their interpretation is of the code, or I guess what is the code? A second set of stairs is not needed on this. It would be needed if we were on the fourth floor, not from the third. The overriding factor in that is the 125-foot egress distance to the front, rear, whatever door from the most remote point in a sprinkled building. So that's, if it was on the fourth floor, we would then need it, but on the third floor, we don't. And those egress distances.
You do have a fourth floor, and that's exactly the point I'm trying to make. And I had the same conversation with Christopher Bailey about 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Did you discuss multi-story units that have habitable space of 70 square feet on the third floor connected to its upper portion on the fourth?
Specifically interior.
Mr. Dupont, I'm going to have to cut you off. This is Mr. Crane's time.
Okay, so what is approved, and you're right, but here a great way to test this out is we go all the way through permit, and if they don't approve it, we have to change it. It's that simple. But what they do allow, and I have in writing, and it won't get a permit if I design it like this and it doesn't get approved, right? But what they have allowed, and I have written interpretations from Silroy, who's a fire reviewer, and Christopher Bailey, that if there's multi-story unit with 70 square feet of habitable space on the third floor, a second egress is not as allowed, as long as it complies with the 125-foot egress distance.
Thank you, Mr. Crane. Is there anyone else from the neighborhood that has any comment?
Yes, I live in Canal View across the street from this proposed project.
Please state your name for the record.
Phil Guzzetta, Guzzetta. I live in Canal View. I think it is ridiculous to cut a house in half and increase the density in an area that's overpopulated. So I consider this a totally ridiculous project.
Thank you. Is there any other comment from the constituent in this neighborhood? Therefore, without any further ado, let's proceed to commissioner questions, beginning with Commissioner Elkins, number one.
Yes, I had a question that I'd like Mr. Brown and Mr. Sullivan to address. I think, Mr. Sullivan, you said that the requirement for light applies only to the side yard. And so I was wondering how, and I'm asking Mr. Brown to lead off on this, how do you react to the person representing the resident in behind the house, 61, I think it was, about blocking the sun? I mean, is this a consideration for the BZA, or is Mr. Sullivan correct that that doesn't really apply here?
I'm sorry, was that to Mr. Brown first?
That was for Mr. Brown to respond to that first.
Oh, my apologies, Mr. Chair.
Oh,
I disagree with Marty Sullivan's narrow view of the standard. The underlying, putting aside the side yard, this case involves a special exception for the construction of the apartment building multifamily development. So that under that test, I think it encompasses everything we've talked about, and certainly all the issues that I've raised fall within that general standard, as well as the side yard issue, which is not, we're not just talking about a foot of side yard. We're talking about three-dimensionally the impact of that in all directions. So I think Mr. Sullivan's view is too narrow. And
so let me just give Mr. Sullivan a chance to reply if you wish.
Yeah, I'm just going by the code. The Lightner character scale and pattern privacy test relates to the special exception relief for the side yard. It does not at all relate to the U421 relief. Actually, the specific special exception criteria for the 421 is one, that BZA shall refer the application to relevant agencies for comment on two things: existing and planned area schools to accommodate the numbers of students expected to reside in the project, and public streets, recreation, and other services to accommodate the residents that can be expected to reside in the project. And by those standards, adding 8 units is virtually immaterial. The final requirement is that BZA refers to the Office of Planning for comment and recommendation on site plan, arrangement of buildings and structures, and provisions of light, air, parking, recreation, landscaping, and grading as they relate to the surrounding neighborhood and the relationship of the proposed project to the public plans and projects. The Lightner privacy test character scale and pattern relates to the 1 foot of relief. If I thought that was going to be material at all, we would do a shadow study that would show the difference between a 9-foot side yard and an 8-foot side yard. And that would be the shadow that the BZA would consider, because they like to review the delta between what's the matter of right massing and what's the additional massing being requested. And so when we do a shadow study, we always show them that delta.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Commissioner Elkins, do you have any other questions?
I didn't quite understand what Mr. Sullivan was saying. At first, I was hearing them saying that one of the standards for the overall project, not just for the side yard, was a referral to the Office of Planning that did involve light. Did I misunderstand what you were saying?
No, it does. It says provisions of light, air, parking, recreation, landscaping, grading. But it says that generally in regard to the Office of Planning, but they'll compare that light and air to a matter of right structure, because we could build the structure. The client could go and build the structure as a matter of right, as a 2-unit building, and then could go to the BZA and convert it to a number of units with approval by the BZA. So the BZA has, in these cases, has reviewed this under that standard. That's why, and I believe I sent a number of cases. There's been about 20 cases like this approved. It hasn't been denied. It's because the criteria it's a relatively low standard, because it is an apartment zone. I don't even know why it's a special exception, but
so you're saying, Mr. Sullivan, if I understand, that if this were a 2-unit building already and wanted to go to 8, it would still need to go to the BZA. And what is the standard that the BZA would apply in that case, going from 2 to 8?
I would still apply the same standards that I just
Where they're
mentioned,
at.
the schools, the parks,
And the
and
Office of Planning and the Office of Planning.
yes, the Office of
Are
Planning.
you saying that the criteria that the Office of Planning is going to apply are not relevant for comment by the ANC?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so if we thought in our infinite wisdom that there was some concern about light, then that would be a legitimate thing for us to make a comment to the BCA about. Is that fair? I'm not saying.
Yes,
agree with
sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm just saying that the BZA and the Office of Planning review this in the context of what is permitted to be built as far as structure goes, because it's not. You can build. If I had a vacant lot and I built a building on it, it's going to have impact on neighboring properties in an urban setting. The question is it undue impact? And the issue of whether or not it's undue has been considered by the Office of Planning and Board in relation to what are the permitted standards, because people do have property rights.
Right.
And those property rights essentially go up to what is permitted as a matter of right on that property. Once you go beyond those matter of rights, now you're talking about potentially impacting a property. So just affecting light by itself doesn't mean that a project doesn't have the right to go forward. It has to unduly impact light, air, parking, recreation, landscaping, grading. And I'm just saying they view that in the context of the already tiny, very small envelope of for RA1.
So if I had, if this were a two unit building and I wanted to go to 8, I could do that as a matter of right if I did not want to change the side yard? Or I still have.
No,
BCA?
no, I'm sorry. What I was saying was either one of these properties could build to what we're proposing as a matter of right if it was just 2 units. So if they wanted to do 2 units, each unit a large 6-bedroom unit, they could do that as a matter of right.
I see. Okay. Now,
Not go beyond 2 units.
okay, I understand.
Chairman, could I interject? And the 2-unit analogy I agree with, but the underlying question here is that the applicant wants to build 8 units, 8 or 9 units, and that requires, in the RA1 zone, specifically requires going to the BZA under the special exception test for the building itself, regardless of the side yard. And now that it's at the BZA, I think Mr. Sullivan is taking an overly narrow view of the scope of inquiry, because the general test for a special exception under Title X 901 is adverse impact on the adjoining properties. And in this case, everything we've discussed from my client's perspective falls clearly within that perspective. So I think the board, the commission may not agree with our view, but certainly you have, and the BZA should listen to whatever concerns that the commission feels are relevant and arising out of the conversion of a single family dwelling to 8 or 9 units.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Commissioner Elkins, do you have any further questions?
No, I don't. Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
I move on to Commissioner Pemeril, 3D02.
No further questions.
I move on to Commissioner Ela, 3D03.
I don't have any questions.
I move on to Commissioner Shrieky, 3D04. Commissioner Shrieky, you're muted.
Thank you, Commissioner Simkowitz. I'd just like to ask the applicants, I understand the relief that you're seeking, and I think you've explained why you want that, but could you inform the community in what way you believe it's an improvement, or at least that it's not a detriment next to the existing standards under the code, because that's what we should begin with in terms of accepting a standard that we should all follow. So
Sure, I'll take that. I think if I understand the question correctly, it goes to the standards that I mentioned in the last conversation. The BZA reviews special exception applications under an objective standard of, and those criteria, and for these applications under U421 relate to, can the schools handle the influx? The RA1 is an interesting zone.
So, sorry, excuse me, Mr.
Yeah.
Sullivan, you're speaking to what you think the BZA would care about. I'd like you to explain to us why you feel the relief that you're seeking from the BZA is an improvement on the standards that already exist in the zoning code. Why do they provide better zoning than what already exists in the zoning code?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
So you're seeking, what is the relief you're seeking?
All new multifamily residential development in the RA1 zone requires BZA approval.
You're not answering my question. What is the relief you're seeking?
Section U421, which applies to all new residential family development in the RA1 zone. It's the only zone that has that. It's the only zone that says, even though it's an apartment zone, we're not going to let you do any new apartments unless you come to the BZA for an approval. The relief separate from that is 1 yard of side yard relief, because we have an existing 8-foot side yard, and it's going to.
Is it 1 foot or 1 yard?
8.9. 1 foot.
1 foot. Okay, you said 1 yard. So,
okay, sorry.
So why does that result in better zoning than the standard already existing under the zoning code? I believe your argument is that you just want it. Do you have a reason why that would result in better zoning than the standard that already exists under the zoning code?
Well, for one, I mean, the house sat for almost a year. Nobody wanted it. Nobody would develop. This owner took the risk to do that. They are renovating the property, preserving the property, creating housing units. And
nobody wanted it
them.
Because the standard for the side setback was too severe?
I don't know.
But you just said that it was sitting for forever. I just want to know why you think.
I guess I don't understand the question. I don't understand the question. An applicant has the right.
The standards under the zoning code exist because the city, the district, considers those ideal standards for take a side setback, or a side yard setback. They believe that a certain number of feet is the correct number of feet. You want to have a foot less. You want to go from 9 to 8. Why do you believe that results in better zoning than the standard that already exists?
I don't understand the question, because the applicant has a right. Special exceptions also exist in the zoning regulations. We're not asking for a variance. It says that you can get this relief provided you meet this criteria. And that criteria is the difference between 8 and 9 feet. In this case, the existing side yard is 8 feet. And arguably, we don't need this relief. We're asking it out of an abundance of caution, because there's a provision that says if you have a non-conforming side yard, you can continue that side yard as long as it's at least 2 feet wide. And now the thing with ours is we're currently not a non-conforming side yard in its current form. When we build the building higher, it will be, because the side yard width is related to the height. So when you increase the height, you increase the side yard width to 8.9 feet. We have 8 feet, which is existing, So it would make more sense to continue the existing building line. And now this is on the side facing an apartment building. So it's still 8 feet away from the property line on the side that faces an apartment building. And so it doesn't have any impact on that. It makes it a better project. And that space space could be going somewhere else. If you couldn't do that side yard, you would, as Mr. Crane mentioned, the FAR, which is low, it's 0.9, which is like 3 stories at 30% lot occupancy, equals a 0.9 FAR.
So if I
That
understand when
space
you
could go
say,
somewhere
sorry,
else.
go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, sorry. So if I understand it, when you say it makes it a better project, it makes it a better project for your client, right?
Guilty. Yes, the client wants to do a good project for themselves, or else they wouldn't be here and they wouldn't buy the property.
Yeah.
Who would do that?
Okay,
Who would risk that and go through all this if there wasn't some benefit to it? I don't
I
know
simply
there's a
think that we
property in
should
the district
consider.
that it doesn't have profit attached to it. That's what
I-
housing is created.
Yeah,
That's
well,
how
I simply
services
think
are
we should
provided.
consider.
That's how we get everything we have.
The relief you're requesting in the context of what the code suggests is ideal for that situation. I saw Mr. Dupont raise his hand. Did you have something to add?
Mr. Dupont, you're on mute.
No, I didn't mean to raise my hand. I got a text, but my only comment would be, I got distracted by the stair issue. And the real issue is the asymmetry of the situations. It's implied that she can do the same thing they can do, but the conditions of the lots are quite different. And it's not at all symmetrical for Dr. Leah.
Okay, JP, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shrieky. We move on to Commissioner Nanavati, 3D05.
I don't have any further questions. I would just second Commissioner Shrieky's comment about trying to leave the community and the neighborhood better than it is today. And I'm not hearing a lot of that sentiment from this conversation. So I'm glad that Commissioner Shrieky raised that.
Thank you, Commissioner Nanavati. Dr. Rao, Commissioner of 3D06.
Yeah, thank you. And I would third that particular comment. This is actually my neighborhood. I live 2 blocks from here, and this abuts the members that I represent. I'm brand new to this position, so this is a new issue for me. But I'm already keenly interested in it, and I'd like to I understand this is going to come up on our next agenda as well, so I'm going to take the next few weeks to learn the nuances. I think the back and forth on it not having a negative impact on Dr. Leah's home, I'd like to look a little bit more into that. I'm a doctor of public health, but I also was a licensed real estate agent in the district for some time. And my understanding is that it's not so simple. That comment was sort of brushed off. It is hard to imagine living through the construction, let alone her property value not being adversely affected, her environment not being adversely affected, absolutely everything not being adversely affected. And we're only talking about the foot of the backyard or whatever being all that the BZA will care about. So anyway, I do think there's a few things to pick apart, and I'll take the next couple of days and weeks to do that. That's all for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Rao. Commissioner Damiana, 3D07.
Yeah, I just have a few questions. First for Mr. Sullivan, I'd like to focus on what a few of the commissioners mentioned before me, which is whether or not this project does leave the community in a better place than it is today. I'm not necessarily convinced either way at this time, but I do want to focus on something that was brought up by the opposition in their position paper and one of the constituents that sent us a letter before today's meeting. They mentioned that there was a sign posted in, I believe, summer of 2020 that said that Section 8 or student accommodations were coming in that building. Now, my understanding is that has not come to fruition for some reason. I'm not entirely sure what transpired there, but it appears that you guys are no longer planning to offer Section 8 or student housing, at least designated as such, and there was no inclusionary zoning mentioned in your application. So I was just kind of wondering what the thoughts are there, whether or not any of the units will be designated as affordable housing options in any way. Because as you may or may not know, ANC 3D currently has 0 income restricted affordable housing units. And so that's just, I think, a community consideration.
Thanks. I think I'll let Hossein answer the question about the sign.
Hi.
Hossein, are you still on?
Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Originally, our plan was that, and after consulting with an agent that we work with, we came to a conclusion that it was, so obviously the higher end you go, the more money you end up investing in it, and that wasn't our initial plan. And after having consulted with him, having looked at the options, got some concepts drawn up with regards to what we could get out of it, we ended up concluding that it was better to invest more money into this project and create a higher end development. And that's what we opted for, and we changed that strategy based on that.
Then on the inclusionary zoning issue, yeah, it's not, inclusionary zoning is not required for this project. There is a contribution to DHCD, to the Housing Production Trust Fund, for the penthouse space. But you can do voluntary inclusionary development. People do that sometimes, and you get a bonus in FAR of 20%. You would end up with a bigger, larger building. It would be 20% larger, and they are opting not to do that. As you can see, that building getting larger probably wouldn't be an easy sell here.
Well, interesting. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it. Though I do have to at least somewhat concur with Commissioner Sriki that it does seem that the developer is putting some of their personal interest ahead of community interest. And I think that's something we'll have to consider in the next few weeks before we come to a vote. I also have a question for Mr. Brown. I'd like to focus on the arguments that you and the opposition made about the character and pattern of the neighborhood. Mr. Brown, you described this proposal as an anomaly, and you said it did not really fit in with the surrounding environment. My understanding, however, is that within a small radius of the properties that we were discussing, there are 31 properties with 2+ multifamily units. And in fact, the properties adjacent to 4457 and 4459 MacArthur are both large apartment buildings. So I'm wondering if you can identify a specific example of how the proposal jeopardizes the pattern or character of the neighborhood with that in mind.
Well, and going back to the, hold on, let me see. Go back to the drawing here. Yes, there two adjacent are lower scale multifamily buildings. Nothing on Macarthur Boulevard is high scale as it relates, to other places. But if you look at the predominant pattern of development on both sides of the street, it's single family dwellings. And if you factor in the 2 to 5 units, that's really the predominant use. And it's not my place to say, but if we were talking about a 2 to 5 unit building here, there might be a different discussion, but we're talking about what was 9, now 8, which is a very different story in the context of, one, the direct relationship to Dr. Lee's property and the surrounding neighborhood, which again, you see is single family dwellings.
All right, thank you for speaking to that point. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Damiano, do you have any further questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. We move on to Commissioner Bergman, 3D08.
Evening, everyone. I know it's 9:30. It's late for everybody, so I'll try not to take up too much more time. I know there's more on the agenda that people may be here for, but I do have some questions. So I guess I'll start in sort of an unrelated place. There was some comments about the facade and the look of the building being affected. Is this property protected by, and this is to anybody who wants to answer the question, is this property protected by any historic preservation laws?
No, not that I'm aware
No,
of.
it isn't.
It doesn't, that's not a reason to block a project, even though that, I understand why neighbors are concerned with that, but I just wanted to make sure that that was there. Is this, and this is maybe an architecture question for the two architects. I'm not an architect, I'm an attorney. So I'm impressed with all the able lawyering here. Not convinced that the ANC is well suited to decide some of these questions. I think all of this will ultimately all be resolved by the BZA and others. But there are some interesting questions. But in terms of the architecture that we're talking about, is this sort of project unique in the district, or is this a kind of renovation, or I don't know if you call it a renovation, seems more development project that you've done before, that your business has done before? I think I'd be useful to talk to that experience, especially with the concerns from the community about the effect on the other structure. Is this a novel? And in other words, is this novel or not novel?
Steven, do you want to jump in first?
Okay, it's novel in the age of the building and the quality of construction. It's novel in that it's a 2-unit rather than a row home. And 2 points that apply. One is that in the recent years of Uber development, a couple of changes to the zoning code have happened. One is a pop-up code in certain zones, and the other is the 10-foot rear yard extension restriction. And these are both in community reaction to developments that you could characterize as being similar to this. And I would suggest that this is the reason for the special exception rule in the RA1 zone for developing new apartment houses.
Right, but I was asking whether this is something that is done frequently or infrequently across
This
the
is not
district. 'Cause there are a lot
frequent
of
because this is not frequent because buildings like this don't exist in the district much anymore. It's too old, it's made of wood. You only find it in places like Capitol Hill, which are historic districts.
If I'll take Adam's response to that.
Sure.
The 10-foot rule doesn't apply in the RA zone. It only applies in the RF zone. It was just created 5 years ago. This special exception relief has been around for 50 years. This case is common. And unfortunately, this type of reaction to this case is very common as well, because the RA1 districts, most of them more so than this one, because we have apartment buildings, as was noticed, and they're fairly large. They're larger than what we're proposing here, right next door and right on the other side of the semi-detached. But the majority of the RA1 cases that we do end up being a single family home that I guess has served its purpose. And now when the market determines that a different type of use is needed, a developer comes along, responds to that market, and puts forward one of these applications. And it's often seen as disrupting a single family neighborhood. Most of these that we do, you'd be surprised at some of the pictures I show you. Apartment building ends up in the middle of what's a single family street. And that's the beginning of a change in the neighborhood, I guess. What's different about this one, we think, is there's already apartment buildings here, pretty close by, more so than there usually is for an RA1 case. I don't know if that was on point. It might have been more of an architecture question.
I mean, yeah, that's interesting and relevant to other questions, but I'm sort of more interested in I think community members have raised this concern about, I think that her house is going to collapse. And I guess I don't know how to gauge that. It seems like there are a lot of adjoining houses in the district, and I know that there's a lot of development. So, but I do take the point that some of those houses are in historic districts where this is this wouldn't be allowed. So I just wanted, I'd like to assess that because I think that
Yeah, that
to the extent
I'd
that weighs
just
on
say,
anybody's concern, I'd like to
I'm sorry.
understand the
Yeah, it's
architecture.
I mean, that's a building code issue, and DCRA handles that, and as they do every day with attached buildings, whether they're semi-detached or row. Nobody, I would imagine nobody wants construction next door to them. The BZA isolates their review on what's going to be there when the construction's over, not anything to do with the construction process. The relief we're asking for is to have the building that's there when the construction is done, and not that DCRA doesn't hold a permit applicant's feet to the fire in regard to that, and not that we can't. If we could have a discussion, and actually Pat and I have talked about this, if this went forward, they would want a strong construction management agreement, and the applicant would definitely agree with that, because it protects both parties to say, we acknowledge that we can't damage your property, and we're going to monitor it closely and do whatever needs to be done to take care of that. But it's something the BZA appreciates as what they call good neighbor policy, but it's not part of the standard for the approval.
I guess to the architecture point, I guess if you could, Adam, if you could, I'd like to hear from the architect, the other architect.
Sure. I actually agree with the number of the items that Stephen brought up. I'd say, it being a wood framed house and just a little set of two, that's a bit of an anomaly. Also, in the RA1 zone, RA1 is probably one of the more unique zones I've seen in DC. A lot of the properties we're doing in the zone, and going through the ANC and BZA process, they're like 5,000 square foot lots. They're like 50 by 100. They're very wide and deep. There's some that are attached brick row homes. I think this is the first one I've seen or worked on that would be kind of a wood frame with a bit of an angle to it. So this property has a bit of a unique circumstance, I guess a number of unique circumstances. So it would be hard to point to exact precedences that would relate to this one.
I mean, what are the challenges with the fact that this has a wood frame? My ignorance, but what are the challenges, or if any?
That's probably best answered by a structural engineer. And I would offer, as this goes forward, to bring the structural engineers on the project out to discuss with the neighbor, what we're proposing, and how the structure of the new development would be would respect or intertwine with the shared wall.
So, Mr. Bergman, Commissioner, are you, is that, I'm just trying to.
Question, yeah, sorry, I that whole thing took a little bit longer than I expected. I just have a few more questions. In terms of just one small one, how much is the contribution that you have to pay for the Penthouse Fund?
Off the top of my head, I don't know it, but if you give me 2 or 3 minutes, I could calculate it.
You can come back to me. With respect to the units that we're talking about, so there were some people who talked about how community members that there are vacant apartments. I would just note that DC generally has a housing shortage that people talk about, the affordable housing shortage, and there's housing demand. Housing values are going up in the area as people need housing, but maybe the street is different. But do you expect to the developer or to Marty, do you expect to be able to fill these units, or are they going to remain unfilled?
I can answer that. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, every business is speculative. There's no guarantees in any business, but based on the information that we've been given by the professionals that deal with this kind of thing, i.e. the agents, they tell us that there is a demand. So all we can do is employ the knowledge and the expertise of the relevant parties, whether it's an engineer to do the engineering, or if it's an agent to deal with the demand and sales of the units. And that's what we've been told.
The unit is filled by a few people who are renting, and ultimately it would be filled by people who would be living in 8 units if it's fully full?
So, sorry, can you repeat the question?
So right now there's one family. Right now there's one family who lives there, and so
Yeah.
at the end there
Yeah.
would be potentially
Right.
8 families who could live in the same property, right? So
Well, I mean, it's hardly. Yeah, sorry.
it was
Go
a kind of I was asking out loud. I mean, I think that the question for the commission is really just what this really turns on, in addition to the personal effect on the neighbor, whether the ANC 3D wants to take a position that we shouldn't have additional housing, or that that's a negative to have more people living in one plot versus less. I think that we should be clear about what some people in the community are opposed to when it comes to the density. I personally find that part of the discussion unpersuasive. I would like to hear more in the next month, Adam, and Stephen, about some of the architectural concerns, because I do think that is unique to this project process, that we should know about. The one last question is, what would you, and I'm not going to no one's going to hold you to this, but since these are going to be condominium units, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Estimating to sell the 1 bedroom and the 2 bedrooms for? We can leave the penthouse to the side.
Yeah. Yes, correct. Yeah, that'd be condos.
What would be the range that you would expect?
The range of what the size is?
The purchase price.
Oh, the sales price. Oh gosh, I don't have those with me. I think they're anywhere. They range from what I remember, 350 to 550, something like that.
550.
Roughly, it's around
Roughly.
those.
So, yeah, if you could provide information about that, because I do think that is relevant. I'd like maybe and I understand that obviously not everything has to be hedged in all sorts of ways, and the market is the market. But I would like to understand what the rates are, because sitting here, this unit, if you sold it as a single family home, from what I understand from looking at what you purchased it at on Redfin, this would be a 2-bedroom apartment for 350 to 500 is, while significant for many people in the district, would be more attainable than the $1.2 million house. So that's interesting and relevant.
I don't think he said for 350. I have assuming he's saying the 1 bedrooms at 350. I think they're going up.
Yes,
from there.
yes, range. Sorry. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, range of 350 to 550. Sorry, you were asking for the range.
Mr. Bergman.
It would be around 350. Okay.
Mr. Bergman, I'm going to have to ask you to carry on.
I'm all done. I'm all done, Chuck.
Can we move
Commissioner Commissioner Chairperson Elkins, Commissioner Shrieky has a question that he asked me to refer to him. Commissioner Shrieky, go ahead. Commissioner Shrieky. Let's go to Commissioner Del Morel, 3D10.
Okay. So, having heard everything and having done my own research, I think at the end of the day, I'm still concerned with this 901(2)B, which it states that will not adversely affect the use of the neighboring property, right? So I think when we don't have to get into a lot in that space, just because a lot of the commissioners have brought that up. The one thing I do want to bring up is the proponents are saying that there's going to be more housing, which is good for DC. But I'd have less of an issue with this, especially with what Mr. Sullivan stated, is he's done this before on single family dwellings. Well, that's great if you're buying both pieces. By only buying half of it, the person, Dr. Leah, is truly going to be affected. She's essentially moving into a condo building de facto once this is done, meaning she's going to suffer from noise issues from the adjoining wall, and that can be at any hour. With 8 units, you can't control who's living and doing what at any given point. So that's going to be very detrimental to her living situation. When she purchased, and when other people purchased 4459, they weren't purchasing with the idea that one day there would be potentially 16 or up to 35 residents adjoining their wall. Meaning, depending on the way you design that unit, what space is going to be her bedroom, right? Is that going to be someone's living room? And someone that's 27 to 35 that's going to be having a party at 2 a.m. That's unfair. And I'm not saying that that's the age range you guys are shooting for. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying she's all of a sudden moving into a condo. And so I imagine that's going to be detrimental to her property values as well. But if we look at 902B, all the other issues are there. There's noise issues. There is loss of privacy issues to her backyard, because now you have windows that are more windows, more owners that are facing the backyard that potentially be looking over her. And maybe that's not an issue, but ultimately, if I had multiple units looking over my backyard, I wouldn't like it if in the past I only had one family looking over my backyard. In addition, there's going to be increased traffic in that alleyway because you're adding 4 vehicles versus potentially 1 or 2 with the family that's existing there. And then let's talk about fire doors, right? You have to put in fire doors which are heavier, which when they close are louder. You also have a lot of entryway doors that it's increased noise and traffic throughout that I think if you were buying both lots, you'd have my support. I wouldn't be bothered because that neighborhood has a lot of apartments, but you're only buying half, and that is going to severely hurt the other unit.
All right, is Commissioner Shariki ready to ask his question? Okay, so I think we are finished with the commissioner comments, and I'd like us to move now to how we're going to move forward on this. I would like to propose that the commission make its decision on this in the February meeting. I'm doing this partly because this is a complicated issue, and secondly, because we do have new commissioners who are not familiar with the BZA standards, et cetera, and that I want to make sure that we make a considered decision here and not come to a quick decision. So therefore, I'm proposing that this has been very helpful. We may want to ask the applicant and the opponents to come back in February. We'll worry about that later, but I'm suggesting we make the final decision on our position in February. In the meantime, I would like to propose a procedural letter to the BZA, which will not stop this in any way, stop this development. Whether this development gets the approval of the BZA will not be affected, but it would delay this project. And here's why I would like to send this letter. It's a matter of principle that happens to be triggered by this project, but I think would be more generic. And this is why I think we should write the BZA about this this month. And that is that this developer, in my view, does not have clean hands. This developer is coming to the BZA, a city agency, and asking for adjudication, but does not have a permit to rent this apartment, thereby subjecting potentially the inhabitants to health and safety issues, because the license requires an inspection to make sure it's meeting code. And this part is more debatable based on the discussion here, I recognize, but that they do not have a business license to do business in the district, and yet they are asking the district agency to provide them a service. And I would like to be proposing through this letter that the BZA have a policy that they will not accept applications from businesses that are headquartered in other states and do not have a business license, have not paid their fees, are not subject to the jurisdiction of the DCRA in regard to violations, but yet is asking for relief. Now, I understand from the applicant that they plan to come into compliance in that regard. later. And my view is that as a matter of policy, they should not avail themselves of DC services until they meet the statute, because the statute says you cannot do business in the District of Columbia if you don't have a license. And I think applying for a BCA special exception is doing business in the district. And therefore, I think the BCA should help the DCRA make sure that people have business licenses. There are a lot of people in this city who cheat and do not get business license, and they subject consumers and others to a lot of damage. So I am proposing a letter that my colleagues have seen that would ask BCA to cancel this hearing and accept an application from this applicant only after this applicant has acquired a business license, has gotten his rental license, has paid the fees, and also any fines for operating without a license. So that is my proposal. The letter is on the website, and I ask for a second. You are
second.
There's a second. All right. Commissioner Simkowitz, will you try?
Yes, that was the letter that I edited, correct? Not the original letter?
That's correct. I made minor editorial comments to changes to your changes. And it's on the website. Are there any discussion? The motion has been made and seconded, and I will ask now for a vote. And as you know, most of you know, it's a little difficult to take votes here on Zoom. So I'm going to ask Riley to help me. I would ask that you, if you want to vote in favor, that you hold up your hand in front of your camera so we can make sure that we can count correctly. So all those in favor of sending this letter to the BCA and the DCRA and the Attorney General, please raise your hand.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did I correct?
I believe we're missing somebody.
Who are we missing?
We have 10 members.
And who would want to vote no on this? So Riley, do we have 10 commissioners here at the present time?
We have everybody. You're counting 9, not including yourself, right?
Did you count yourself, Chuck?
I thought I did. Let's count again. I'm sorry. All in favor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 9-0 as far as I can tell. Thank you very much. Moving on now to.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Mr. Chairman, all commissioners voted in favor of the proposal.
All right, it's 10-0. Correct the record, 10-0. Thank you very much. I just can't count correctly.
Mr. Chairman, before we leave the BZA case, could I request Marty Sullivan to provide a copy of the plans to the commission and to me that were presented tonight? They're not in the BZA file.
Yes, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we just got them tonight. There were revisions made last minute, so I apologize for that. I thought since it's a little smaller, that's better than getting bigger. But we'll send those to you, serve you tomorrow, and we'll file them tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks.
I might just say I want to thank all 4 presenters tonight. I thought you did an excellent job, and I thank the neighbors also for their comments. I'm sorry it's taken as much time as it has, but I think the time has been useful to the commission, and for that I thank you. But I also apologize to those of you who've been waiting because I had thought we were going to get through this quicker. So now turning to the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we will potentially see you in February. The dog park in the Palisades. And I'm going to turn to Commissioner Nanavati to start us off.
Sure. Thank you so much, Commissioner Elkins. It's officially past my bedtime, so apologies if I'm not as coherent as I should be. But
Well, welcome to ANC 3D meetings.
that's right. Well, this is a much warmer and fuzzier note for our furry friends. And thank you to the PCA, Tricia Duncan, the president, and Avi Green for a great initiative, which is the idea to fund a dog park at the Palisades Recreation Center. For those of you who know the Recreation Center, this would be about a 5,000 to 7,000 square foot area behind where the current basketball court and skateboard park are located. It is currently sort of the site of a lot of overgrowth and invasive plants that are growing. So it's sort of the edge of the rec center. There is currently no dog park that I'm aware of in the Palisades community. And in fact, the complaints that we get are from Battery Kemble and the rec center that a lot of dogs run off leash. So this would provide a safe and specific area where dog owners could take their dogs to socialize, but do so in a specific location. And I think there's just general support from the neighborhood for this sort of thing. There's quite a lot of dog owners in the Palisades and no service like this. So I think if you do want to take your dog to a specific off-leash area to socialize, you would have to do so, outside of our area. I'm happy to turn to. You tell me, Commissioner, if I should turn to Avi for more detail or if we just want to open it up to questions. There's one issue related to a current batting cage that is sitting in one area where the park is. The batting cage is in disrepair, and the proposal that we've outlined in an updated letter with some very helpful comments from Commissioner Shrieky, the proposal would be to ask the DC Parks and Rec to move that batting cage toward the baseball diamond and find another location. But it's a straightforward proposal. I think there's strong support. I don't think, but happy to take any questions or turn it to Avi for further detail.
Commissioner, I think based on the time, I would like to suggest that we ask whether there are people in the audience or on the commission who have serious concerns about this and they'd like to ask a question or express opposition to it, because we'd like to hear that.
Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Green deserves to be able to show his 17,000 page presentation to us.
Mr. Green, I will give you 60 seconds if you want to show your 1,700 page one, but no, seriously, if you, Mr. Green, I don't want to deprive you of the ability to.
Thank you. I know the hour is late, and the best feature of this project is that so far there is not a single person who's expressed opposition. And I think that speaks to A, the demand for the project, and B, the location that we've identified is sort of uniquely perfect for a dog park in that it is an area that is just full of invasive weeds right now. There's no trees. It's far away from residences. This would be an improvement on the existing lands. There's just, again, there's broad support. I don't know if you're seeing my screen, but it shows the broad outlines of where the dog park would go. The only question that we've had with DPR is whether there would be any environmental issues. They will at some point need to do an environmental review. But the first step is to submit our application, which requires ANC approval. We also have the approval from Councilmember Che as well, which we'll include in the application, as well as the required 50 signatures. We have, quite a few more than 50 signatures. So I don't want to take any more time, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to this project? Hearing none, I interpret that to be strong enthusiasm for this project. And I'm going to ask for, first of all, a resolution to be proposed. I think you have a letter, I think, Commissioner, don't you, that you would
Yes.
forward? And do we have, so you are proposing that, and do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion by the commissioners? I ask unanimous consent for this. By that, I mean anyone who is opposed, please raise your hand and vocally tell us you object. Seeing no objection, this passes by unanimous consent. And thank you to the Palisades Community Association for coming up with this proposal. I think it will be valuable for the entire community, and we'll be glad to support it.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
And congratulate our colleague on her first resolution passed.
Very exciting.
Passed by no less than unanimous consent.
Coincidentally, it just so happens that over Christmas we also welcomed a new puppy into our lives, completely separate from the dog resolution. So it's just serendipity.
Well, I cannot remember any time where a new commissioner was asked to present on an issue at the first meeting, and I congratulate you for a job well done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I had a lot of help from JP, from Commissioner Simkowitz. So thank you.
Thank you, JP. Okay, now we move to there are two letters of importance to this community that have been out for comment. They were developed by the Transportation Committee. And I'm going to ask, well, let me say, first of all, procedurally, I think I would like us, if the commissioners are ready, to vote on these tonight and to send them forth to the Department of Transportation. So the question before us is, are these letters ready? They have gone through, as I said, a considerable comment, but that doesn't mean that they're perfect. And I can assure you that there were comments on a variety of sides on these letters, and therefore these letters are not 100% satisfactory to everybody who commented by any means. But we have tried to do the best we could to listen to those comments and to accommodate them, make sure that they're accurate, et cetera. So with that beginning point, I'm going to turn to the co-chair of the Transportation Committee, Derry Allen, and ask him to make a short introductory comment, and then take us to the first letter.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Happy New Year, and welcome to the new commissioners who by this hour of the evening probably don't feel like they're new anymore. I do want to kick off discussion of these two letters to DDOT that our committee has drafted for you to approve. For those of you who don't know the committee, I should mention that ANC 3D formed our committee in April of 2020, 9 months ago. We've been composed of 17 people who live in this ANC 3D area, including 2 ANC 3D commissioners. It's a remarkable committee in terms of range of expertise and willingness to volunteer for tasks and spirit of collaboration. And it's been addressing a number of issues that are important to everyday life in our part of the city, and which require more detailed discussion than this commission can normally give. In other words, we hope to save you time in your meetings like tonight. While this committee exists to help the commission, only the commission has the power to make official statements to city authorities. And so that's why we're here this evening. Just as an aside right now, I said the committee has been composed of 17 people because as 2020 wound down, several members asked to step down because of personal and professional commitments. So we could use some suggestions for a few new members who would fit in with the others. In this connection, I'm looking particularly at the new commissioners this evening. You should consider joining this committee that addresses issues that directly impact your constituents every day. But of course, even if commissioners don't join the committee, they're always welcome at our meetings. The committee has held 6 meetings since it was formed, all by Zoom. And they've all been publicly announced. We've had a number of people from the neighborhood attend. And our next meeting will be this coming Tuesday, January 12th. And the details about that are on the ANC website. So I mentioned that we have 2 letters that we hope you'll approve this evening. One's about bicycle projects and one's about sidewalk projects. We presented drafts of both of these letters to you in advance of the December meeting of the commission. At that meeting, you'll recall the commission approved another letter that we had drafted for you. That letter contained comments to DDOT about a draft document known as Move DC 2021, which is a long-range transportation planning document for the city. Since the December meeting, our 2 new letters have been out for comment, as Chuck mentioned, and we've incorporated a lot of comments, and we believe that the letters are better now as a result. And we hope that these changes will make it easier for you to discuss and approve these letters this evening. As you have seen in these letters, both of them propose some specific priorities for DDOT actions. And then they both request the opportunity to talk with relevant DDOT staff. What we're trying to do here is to set up a cooperative process with DDOT, one where we help them meet their goals for the city, and they help us by improving the infrastructure in our neighborhood. The specific priorities we propose are only our proposals. Actual decisions rest with DDOT. In each specific case, there are many steps involved, most importantly, design, which we want to see, and we say so in these letters. All this will take time, and the commission will have more chances to weigh in. We will also have more chances to weigh in with additional priorities. I'm pleased that the public comments that we have already yielded some additional possible priorities, which the committee will take up. They're not in these letters yet, but that shouldn't be a problem. The reason we want to get these letters signed is to get this cooperative process started with DDOT. So I hope you'll view these letters in that light. So unless there are any questions about what I've said so far, I suggest that we start with the letter about bicycle projects. Andrew Heimert, who heads our work group on bicycles and other alternatives to automobiles, is prepared to begin that discussion with a brief description of the contents and the process by which the letter was developed. And then we'll turn to the letter about sidewalk projects, and Jack Wells, who leads our work group on safety and vehicular issues, will begin that discussion. So, Andrew, do you want to describe briefly what we've got here and how we got it?
Sure. I think Derry, you've laid out a fair amount of the process, but we have a few new commissioners who maybe haven't caught up to speed on where we were last year. And thank you to all the commissioners. Welcome to the new commissioners. As Derry mentioned, I'm Andrew Heimert. I live in Wesley Heights, and I was asked by Derry and Chuck to chair isn't the right word, but lead, if you will, the bicycle subcommittee. So what we did with our bicycle subcommittee was sort of 2 things. One was to look at the Rock Creek Far West study, and then also think about other sort of missing pieces to that. One of the most notable omissions we felt was the sort of the southern end of the ANC had less proposed for it by DDOT than the northern section, and there seemed to be some areas there that could use improvement. The other thing we focused on was identifying how to prioritize. And what we settled on was creating better routes really for commuting to downtown, not exclusively, but primarily. And you see the focus on connections to the Capitol Crescent Trail in several locations. Some that DDOT is already considering, and some others that we thought it would be desirable for them to at least look at and evaluate. And then also Massachusetts Avenue, which is its own project, but a pretty significant one. And then there are a lot of routes that connect to those points that we thought would be useful as well. In terms of timetable, we tried to identify projects that we thought could be implemented in the nearer term, because they struck us as requiring less in the way of changes to existing traffic patterns or road design, and then others that involve a more involved change to road design, or potentially do, and are on a longer term time frame, asked for a study and DDOT to get back to the ANC and potentially the Transportation Committee with more refined conceptual designs that we could evaluate and try to identify potential concerns that neighbors might have, or that might have negative impacts on residents, even if they're valuable as bicycle facilities. One other point, and Dare, you alluded to this, is although the name is sort of bicycles, we also wanted to take into account things like scooters, e-bikes, and other personal mobility, which, even though they're lawful on sidewalks, there's obviously a lot of concern about them on sidewalks and also on roads, and having dedicated bike lanes provide sort of an in-between alternative that could be useful for these other types of devices, in addition to bicycles, providing sort of a safer area for them to be operated while they serve an important role in taking cars off the road and allowing people to get places with other types of vehicles. So I'll stop there. Obviously happy to answer questions as the commissioners and neighbors discuss or want to ask questions about the letter. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew. Let's see whether people in the audience, first of all, have comments. I'd ask you to limit yourself to 2 minutes if you would.
I would like to read a brief version of a letter that I've sent to the commission. My name is Michael Dolan. I'm writing on behalf of myself and my wife, Eileen O'Toole, Sally Strain, and Patty and David Seltzer. This is regarding the proposed handling of access to the Capitol Crescent Trail at Norton Street Northwest and at Arizona Avenue Northwest. Our 3 households reside near the Capitol Crescent Trail, where the trail passes the 5400 through 5800 blocks of Potomac Avenue. We heartily endorse building a formal entry to the CCT at Arizona Avenue Northwest, designated in bureaucraties as SU2. Engineering a formal access at Arizona Avenue would enhance bicycle commuters' use of the trail and offer non-resident users sufficient formal CCT access. However, we feel strongly that one formal access in 4 blocks is enough. As we have for decades, we continue to oppose paving the informal path that leads from the corner of Norton Street Northwest and Potomac Avenue Northwest, also known as B05, crosses the Capitol Crescent Trail and carries on into the woods of the C&O National Park. Paving this path risks causing erosion and other liabilities. As was established in an informal neighborhood referendum that helped defeat an earlier move to pave the Norton path and beyond, the neighborhood does not want this quaint amenity repurposed into a conduit for commuters, which means surging rush hour traffic and parking. The referendum led to an agreement with the National Park Service not to pave the Norton Street path, but to maintain it as an informal CCT access. On occasion, neighbors have touched up the path using trail packs supplied by NPS. The path badly needs another such intervention, this time including water bars to direct runoff. However, the path still is fully functional. Its natural form enforces caution and moderation of speed by users on foot or astride bikes. Paving it inevitably would encourage unreasonable speed and increase the risk of collisions on the trail. Leave the Norton path as it is, please.
Thank you, Mr. Dolan. Are there other comments? Well, let me see if there are other comments, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Heimer to reply to all of these, if you would, Andrew. I see Tricia Duncan would like to speak. President of the Palisades Community Association.
Thank you, Commissioner Elkins. I would like to give another point of view to that informal path that leads from Norton down to the Capitol Crescent Trail. I have been on the path when someone has fallen there and been pretty significantly cut and injured. The roots are exposed. There's rebar sticking out of the ground there. I would say as the PCA president, we are looking for this neighborhood to have safe and accessible trails for all. This is not a path that would be easily traversed by someone who might have a cane, certainly not by someone who has a walker, and extremely annoying, if not impossible, for a person with a stroller. So I would advocate for making this a safe and accessible trail for all. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Nick Keenan wanted to speak.
Thank you, Commissioner Elkins. I also agree very much with what Tricia Duncan just said. I particularly resent the implication that one access point to the Capitol Crescent Trail is sufficient for the neighborhood. The Arizona access point is a mile from the Norton Street access point. That is a significant.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
4 blocks.
No,
Mr. Dole, I'd ask you to hold your comment, please.
It is a mile. I've measured the distance, and that's a significant obstacle for people to who want to use the trail. And I agree very much with Tricia that the community deserves safe and accessible access to the trails, and that's the entire community, regardless of your ability and regardless of where you live.
Troy Kravitz.
Just to put a fine point on this, it's 4,084 feet at a minimum. That was the shortest distance as the crow flies from one entry point to another, not counting the trail parts and not counting any weaves. So a mile seems appropriately correct. But that's not my main point for chiming in. I actually want to push back against Mr. Dolan's comments. First off, this notion of the neighborhood has spoken really refers to a select group of a few people who oppose something. It really has always bugged me on the commission. It continues to bug me not on the commission, that some people just claim the cloak of the neighborhood on behalf of a narrow constituency. That's not acceptable, and it should not be tolerated. In terms of the Norton Street path, I use it often. It is not, I'm an able-bodied bicycler or walker or anything like that, but it's not particularly friendly to anyone else. The complaint I've always heard in the past is Mr. Schlossberg has issued that there was an agreement in the 70s with the National Park Service that they would never pave it. But no one has ever, Mr. Schlossberg's never been able to produce this agreement that somehow governs the community for 50 years. I don't know who signed it. I mean, frankly, I don't think it exists, but that's I'll entertain it and say, supposing it exists, I don't see a reason why that should be binding upon the rest of us. The other argument I've heard against it is that it would be used by Maryland. It would be used for Maryland people to access the trail. And that just doesn't really make sense, because in order to park near it, you would need DC plates. So
no, you don't.
In order to park,
there's no parking in that neighborhood.
I don't have I'll look for the exact parking map not while I'm speaking. But regardless, that's an easy solution. If that's really a problem, you can solve it by fixing the parking instead of making it open free-for-all for parking. Nonetheless, this is something that would benefit the greater community and should be done for access for all, as Ms. Duncan said.
Thank you, Mr. Kravitz. Are there any other comments from the community? I started to call Mr. Kravitz commissioner, but he's ex-commissioner as of a couple of days ago. So he's now just a private citizen, but we appreciate your comments.
It's a farce.
Now I'm going to turn to the commissioners.
Commissioner Elkins, can I add one more global comment?
Yes,
this
This is Laura Derrendinger here in Wesley Heights, mom with 4 kids. I am also a public health nurse. That's my background. And I will just say globally, everything possible to increase safe walking and safe biking is absolutely part of the current emergency that we're in right now. Pediatricians and your general practitioners, the data hasn't come out yet, but they're going to start talking about the excess obesity that has happened specifically because of COVID. So everything we can do simply to address that, which is getting active transport, is one aspect. But secondly, I did post the article. There's some fantastic models of what has happened. So in Paris, they did make this an emergency intervention, and the mayor of Paris created over 100 miles of bike lanes in Paris as an emergency response to COVID. And now those bike lanes are going to be permanent. It's a very interesting article to read, and there are links to the bike lanes. She took something, Paris is a much more complicated city than Washington, DC. I say that having I lived there, and they did it there. So I think there's urgency to this, not a 5-year plan, but a now and a yesterday momentum. So thank you for your efforts to push this.
Thank you. Garrett Henningen.
Good evening, commissioners and everyone. Thanks for, first of all, drafting a fantastic letter. My name is Garrett Henningen. I'm a community organizer with the Washington Area Bicyclists Association. So very delighted for this commission's attention to bicycling in the area, and for your general support or considering general support for the recommendations from the livability study. Just wanted to give a strong thumbs up and appreciation for for considering support for the Arizona Avenue protected bike lanes, the Loughborough and connected routes, as well as the connections for the CCT. Just since the Norton connection was brought up, I wanted to bring a few thoughts there. As others have mentioned, it's a dirt path right now. It is not in any way ADA accessible. Creating access at Norton complements the Loughborough connection, which this commission is considering supporting. Getting from Massachusetts Avenue all the way over to Macarthur, only to then have to roll a bike or scooter down a dirt path doesn't make too much sense. But it also creates an ADA connection to a renowned recreation resource, including a connection to the Capitol Trails Network, which is a regional network of trails. Also wanted to note, speaking of erosion, just last month, there was five people were involved in a crash, including a broken hip on the Capitol Crescent Trail due to soil and gravel that has eroded down from this trail. So pave it, certainly it is, I think, a good long-term solution, but something needs to be done now because people are getting hurt from the conditions that this causes. Finally, I do not believe that this will cause parking issues. As someone said, those can be addressed if that is the problem, but paving the trail shouldn't cause any additional problems there. Again, thank you all so much for your support.
So I'm going to ask here whether there are any other comments, but Mr. Dolan, I wanted to give you notice that at the end of this, I will give you a minute or two to, if you have anything, because a number of people have commented on the things that you said. I'd like to give you a chance to reply if you would, if you want to. Is there anyone else, a commissioner or community member, who'd like to speak to whether we should sign this letter? Mr. Dolan, do you have any, is there anything else you'd like to say?
I feel I've had my say. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for your contribution earlier. I'm going to then call the question.
Andrew, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up if I could, Chuck.
Oh, yes, yes. Go ahead.
Although I think that others have spoken in response to Mr. Dolan with some of the things, observations I would have made. The letter as drafted does acknowledge at least the concern over potential runoff and erosion. And I think it would be entirely reasonable to expect DDOT and NPS to address those concerns in designing whatever kind of paved path they might. They have no interest in having a path become crumbly, nor do we, and hopefully they could engineer a solution that would address that. So And then as to the distance with access points, I think Troy calculated out it was close to a mile to Arizona Avenue, 4 long blocks, I guess. And then, it's almost the same distance up to the access point further up Macarthur Boulevard, where up by the Sangamore Shopping Center. So it really is in the middle of 2 fairly distant other access points. And as Garrett Hennigan pointed out, would enhance the access for folks in this part of the town without having to go further in one direction or another than would expect any motorist to have to do.
So I hereby propose that we, ANC 3D, approve this letter as drafted, and I'm looking for a second. See several seconds, thank you. If there's no further discussion, I'm going to ask for unanimous consent, which means for my convenience, if you would raise your hand and vocally speak if you are opposed to signing this letter. Hearing no dissent, this letter is passed by unanimous consent. And I have it in front of me. I'm going to sign it right now. Let me go back to Derry because we have a second letter.
Well, thank you. Jack Wells is the leader of our a group that has drafted the letter about sidewalk projects. So I would call on him to make an introduction similar to what Andrew just did.
Great. Thank you, Derry. I also want to welcome all the new commissioners, particularly Kate Nanavati from my own single member district that I live in. When the Transportation Committee organized itself in the spring, one of the first issues that people were concerned about was the lack of adequate sidewalks in the neighborhood and the safety issues that posed both for children and adults who were forced to walk in the street. So we focused on that, and Lisa Adams and Julie Cook did a wonderful job in gathering the data on which our recommendations are based. They found a map on the DC government website that showed where sidewalks were located and not located in the ANC 3D area. They compiled a list of all the blocks in the ANC 3D area that did not have sidewalks and found there were 63 blocks that did not have sidewalks. And then they reviewed the criteria that the district government has for installing sidewalks in their departmental order on that, which recommends sidewalks be located near schools, near parks and recreation sites, near transit stops, and where there were substantial pedestrian risks. And we also took into account the recommendations in DDOT's Rock Creek Far West livability study that came out in 2019, which sidewalks in the ANC 3D area. And we wanted to put together a list of recommended sidewalk locations that would be limited in number so that it would be something that DDOT could really prioritize, but also there was enough sidewalks that it would really make a significant impact on the safety of pedestrian travel in the ANC 3D area. So we came up with a list of 8 blocks that we thought should be priorities for sidewalk installation. 6 of those had already been recommended in the livability study. 6 of them have no sidewalk on either side. And so I just wanted to run quickly over the list. One of them is 49th Street from V Street to Garfield, which offers access to Palisades Library and Our Lady of Victory School. That was recommended in the livability study. Lower Arizona Avenue between Sherrier Place and Potomac Avenue, which provides access to the Capitol Crescent Trail. That was also recommended by the livability study. Macarthur Boulevard between Watson Street and Loughborough, that already has a sidewalk on the river side of the street, but not on the uphill side of the street. And Macarthur Boulevard we felt was a major enough thoroughfare that it really requires sidewalks on both sides of the street, also recommended by the livability study. University Terrace between Loughborough Road and Eskridge and going on Eskridge to Dana Place, also recommended in the livability study. It provides access to Key School. I'll have more to say about University Terrace in a moment. Garfield Street between University Terrace and Hearst Terrace also provides access to Key School, also recommended in the livability study. Cushing Place between Macarthur Boulevard and Sherrier Place. A pathway to the Palisades Rec Center and Battery Kemble Park, which also carries substantial vehicular traffic from Sherrier Place. Reservoir Road between Bending Lane and Canal Road. That already has a sidewalk, but it's narrow and it's blocked by telephone poles, and so it's not ADA accessible, and it's narrow even for able-bodied pedestrians. Provides a pathway to the Capitol Crescent Trail and Fletcher's Cove. And then finally, V Street between 48th Place and 48th Street near the old Safeway site. It provides access to Palisades Library and Our Lady of Victory, and is also recommended in the livability study. So we put this list out for public comments last month and got a number of comments, but the only proposal that actually acquired any controversy was the University Terrace proposal. And so we've included a page-long attachment discussing the University Terrace proposal to the letter. And so I wanted to give a little background, particularly for the new members of the commission. The commission discussed this proposal back in 2018, almost 3 years ago. And at that time, there was a lot of concern on University Terrace with stormwater runoff and drainage. There aren't any curbs or gutters along University Terrace. So the neighborhood wanted gutters and curbs to be built to guide the stormwater runoff. But when they talked with DDOT made clear that under the Priority Sidewalk Assurance Act of 2010, if they built curbs and gutters, they also had to build a sidewalk. So there are some exceptions to that requirement. But in general, they would expect to build a sidewalk if they installed curbs and gutters. And that led to a lot of discussion among the neighbors on University Terrace. There was a survey done. And generally speaking, I think it's fair to say that some people on University Terrace oppose any sort of sidewalk. Some people support a sidewalk under certain conditions, and some people support a sidewalk pretty much without reservations. So we report on those results a little bit in the attachment. So the letter, the ANC DDOT in June of 2018. And in that letter, they urged DDOT to move forward with getting funding for the University Terrace proposal and to do detailed design work on the drainage and sidewalk proposal so that the neighborhood could make a more well-informed decision about whether they wanted a sidewalk on University Terrace, given a more specific proposal from DDOT. So that's essentially where we are now. We have not received more detailed guidance from DDOT on what sort of sidewalk they would build. And so essentially what our current recommendation says is that we want DDOT to move forward on developing a more specific design for sidewalks on University Terrace, but that we reserve the right if the neighborhood is opposed and if the ANC as a whole, the neighborhood, the broader ANC 3D neighborhood is opposed, to withdraw our support for a sidewalk on University Terrace. So, so our proposal for all 8 of these is that we move forward with recommending them to DDOT. but with the understanding, particularly in the case of University Terrace, that if we receive a more detailed proposal that we think is not in the best interest of the neighborhood as a whole, then we would withdraw our support for that. So that's my presentation of it, and I'd be happy to answer anyone's questions, either from the general neighborhood public or from commissioners.
Thank you, Jack. That's a very good summary. And now let's see whether people in the audience would like to ask a question or make a comment.
Chuck, this is, I'd like to make a comment.
Who is
if I
that? I'm
could.
sorry. Who is
It's William Clarkson, Spring
yes.
Valley
Go
Neighborhood
ahead, Mr.
Association.
Clarkson. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you, Chuck and Derry, and Jerry, and all the members of the committee for putting these great letters together. With the sidewalk letter, I just wanted to touch on an issue that was raised by former Commissioner Kravitz at the last meeting where this was discussed, I believe in December, and that's with it. If you go to the, I guess this page 2 of the current draft letter, at the following the 8 bullet points, there's a paragraph regarding 2 Spring Valley sidewalk projects. In the previous draft letter that was discussed in December, these projects were referenced briefly in a footnote. Former Commissioner Kravitz noted that, and that they should be moved. These projects should be moved up into the substantive part of the letter. And I also proposed that these projects, and particularly University Avenue project, be added as a priority, for the following reasons. First, is noted with the other priority projects, including the first one listed on page 1, the 49th Street between V Street and Garfield Street. That was included in the DDOT livability study and was previously endorsed by the ANC in its September 14, 2019 comment letter to DDOT. The University Avenue project, which is not currently a priority, and I think should be, if only for consistency purposes, was also included in the livability study and was also endorsed by the ANC in its September 2019 letter to DDOT. Moreover, the September 2019 letter to DDOT said, with respect to the University Avenue project, quote, "We encourage prompt implementation of DDOT's proposed installation of sidewalks adjacent to Wesley Seminary between Massachusetts Avenue and Rodman Street." So, I'd first like to request again that the University Avenue project be moved up to a bullet point, to be included as a bullet point priority. And I guess if the commission's not gonna, or if that's not desirable to the Transportation Committee, I'd like to understand why specifically, the committee refused to include that proposed revision in its current draft letter. So I guess whoever wants to answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Clarkson. I think just for efficiency reasons, if you can stick by, I'm going to have other comments made and then ask Jack Wells to address them all, if that's okay. I'm going to turn next to Tricia Duncan.
Thank you. And I would just like to reiterate that I think the work that the Transportation Committee does with the ANC is invaluable. And thank you all very, very much. I'd also like to once again point out that the PCA is for safe and accessible trails for all. And I want to say this includes sidewalks. And I love the idea of the ANC with all of these sidewalks that they're proposing. I would personally love it if the ANC said we would like sidewalks on every street in the Palisades. My concern with this letter is that University Terrace is getting a special addendum that is signaling to DDOT that there is support and opposition to a sidewalk on this street. And my worry there is that it's going to be an excuse for DDOT to take this street off its list of places to put a sidewalk. This street ends a half a block from an elementary school from which there are many, many people who park and walk. It's a through street that cuts right through the Palisades. I totally understand that there are people who live there and they have beautiful landscaping, they have beautiful hardscape. But when it comes to safe and accessible places to walk and kids to bike in this neighborhood, I cannot stress enough that that street needs to be on that list. And I am concerned that with this, and I know why the addendum is there, this special exception, because there's such strong opposition on University Terrace. But I would like to caution and flat out ask commissioners to scratch that from the letter, and let's be a neighborhood that supports safe and accessible sidewalks and trails for all for this community. This is a street that ends and loops around to an elementary school. It cuts right through the neighborhood, as I've previously said, and I think it's important.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Nick Keenan, at one point you had your hand up and I may have erased it accidentally. Did you want to make a comment?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I find myself once again agreeing with Tricia, even though we didn't plan this. I'd also like to point out that University Terrace is an access point to a Metro bus stop at University in Loughborough, and that our community is generally not well served by public transportation, and that for people wanting to get onto the Metro bus going up University Terrace to the bus stop there can save a significant amount of time because of the way the buses run. And I agree with Tricia's sentiment that we have been back and forth many, many times about a University Terrace sidewalk. That street needs a sidewalk, and a very small number of people who live on that road who somehow believe that they own the public space, even though they do not, it is public space, have exerted really unfair influence on the rest of the community. And I agree with her recommendation that we remove any reservations about University Terrace.
Thank you. Sally Levy. Did I pronounce your name correctly? I hope so.
Well, you may have guessed it's Richard Levy, not Sally.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going by what's on your thing. Go right ahead, Richard.
Fair enough. And I appreciate all the work that was done, and certainly the revision in the letter that Mr. Wells circulated was a very impressive revision. I agree completely with the comments made by Tricia and Nick, because my wife and I are residents at the very bottom of University Terrace, almost falling into Key School. Every afternoon, when we used to have in-person education, people coming to pick up kids, whether they were parents or caregivers, they all had to walk in the street, often with cars parked on both sides of the street. So beyond the issues of pedestrian safety on the rest of University Terrace, which I think is always serious, the lower part leading into the school, if you look at it just as a question of risk management, frankly, it's been a miracle no one has been hit yet. I think from the city's point of view, it's pure insanity not to take action and put sidewalks on the street. My understanding, which may or may not be accurate in terms of current thinking, is that DDOT was going to submit proposed design plans, actual recommendations for construction of sidewalks. And I believe it was going to be for the whole street. And then residents would have the opportunity to comment on those designs directly to DDOT. But let's get DDOT going on this. It's really a question of safety, period. Thank you.
Thank you. Troy Kravitz.
Yes, so I'm going to speak on about University Terrace and University Avenue. So I hope you guys can help keep those straight. First on University Terrace, Tricia and Richard and Nick are right. It's unsafe. I drive down University Terrace several times a week. I have family who lives further down there. Every time I pass by, there's someone walking their dog, trying to tell me to slow down, not because I'm going fast, but because it's entirely unsafe for them. And I get it. The thing that used to restrain speed on that street was the poor condition of it, but it's since been repaved, making it even more perilous now. The fact that it empties out into Key School, as several other people said, is a recipe for disaster. I happen to agree with Tricia that removing the addendum would do a lot to stop undermining the arguments that you make elsewhere. And it is really about, as a commission, we should be supporting safe infrastructure for all. Now I want to shift gears and talk about University Avenue, far away from University Terrace. University Avenue is up in Spring Valley. William Clarkson spoke about form. He spoke about the symmetric treatment of University Avenue versus some of the other items that are in the letter. I would like to speak about function. There are several things that we think about what's deserving of a sidewalk. Now let's talk about University Avenue. There is not currently a sidewalk on either side of it right now. So it seems like that's pretty deserving. Secondly, where the sidewalk would go is not in front of any neighbors' homes. I personally don't buy that as a legitimate argument that neighbors should have veto power over sidewalks in front of their homes, because after all, the sidewalk is not for the neighbor who lives there. It's for everyone else. But nonetheless, if you do happen to buy that argument, you should be happy to know that a proposed sidewalk on University Avenue would not be in front of any neighbors' homes. And the third thing we talk about is high value amenity. A sidewalk on University Avenue would connect to something that the district just installed partially at our behest. That's a hawk signal across Massachusetts Avenue to go from Turtle Park to Wesley Seminary. They just installed it. I don't even know if it's active yet, but they're getting the electronics in there now. Currently, you cross there. I mean, currently it's totally unsafe, but assuming the hawk signal improves matters, you cross in the hawk signal, you get on a sidewalk briefly, and then you're dumped out into University Avenue and you have to walk in the middle of the street. That's just not a good way to do it. So you can easily solve that and make that an entirely functional space. So I would hope that some commissioner here would see the prudence, whether for form or ideally for the merits, of moving a sidewalk on University Avenue from kind of an afterthought following the bullet points to one of the full bullet points. Thank you.
Jeremy Rowan. Well, no, Ms. Rowan.
Thanks, Commissioner Elkins. I just wanted to comment as a resident of V Street on one of the proposed sidewalk streets that I concur with everything that multiple people have said tonight, and that is that in general, there are so many unsafe streets in our neighborhood because there aren't sufficient sidewalks. So inclusive of the street that I live on, V Street between 48th and 49th. But also I agree with the assessment on University Terrace as well. So I support the letter wholly and also the work of the committee, but also of perhaps removing that objection to University Terrace, and hope that the committee would agree with the assessment of, any place that is a danger to our community for pedestrians should be considered for additional sidewalks. Thank you.
Are there any other comments before I ask Mr. Wells to reply? Seeing none, Mr. Wells.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I'll comment on is the question about University Avenue and a little bit about University Terrace. We left University Avenue off of our list initially because we didn't sense a strong groundswell of support in the neighborhood there for a sidewalk. Lisa Adams, who worked on this project with me, can talk about that a little bit more. It is true that the ANC endorsed the sidewalk on University Terrace, University Avenue in its 2019 comments to DDOT on the livability study. But the livability study was really sort of a different matter. There, the DDOT had made a number of recommendations, and what the ANC was doing was simply saying, making a yes or no comment on those recommendations. Yes, we supported the recommendations, or no, we did not. And in the case of University Avenue as well as Sedgwick Street, we said, yes, we supported those recommendations, but we didn't necessarily view them as neighborhood priorities. This exercise here, this letter, is focused more on neighborhood priorities. And while we certainly would support a sidewalk on University Avenue, we didn't get the sense that the neighborhood viewed it as a neighborhood priority. Now, I don't live near University Avenue, so I can only report what I heard from other people who live in that area, particularly from Lisa Adams and her knowledge of her neighbors in that area. So I'll ask her to speak on that as well. On University Terrace, we went back and forth a lot on whether we should recognize that that was a street that was somewhat more controversial, and we did have some concerns that if we talked about the controversial background of the University Terrace proposal, that might signal to DDOT that that was a lesser priority for us than the other streets in the neighborhood. So, you know, I think that's a valid concern, and I'll leave it to the commissioners to decide whether that's a strong enough concern that they would want to modify or delete the attachment that we have discussing University Terrace. Lisa, do you want to add to what your sense is about neighborhood support for the University Avenue sidewalk?
Yeah, I mean, it was, my view was that it was not connected to any of the schools. And as a consequence, it was not as important as the streets that went to schools and to libraries, where there'd be particularly be young children on those sidewalks. There are many, many sidewalks that are important and which really need to be fixed and added to the neighborhood. However, if this is viewed as something that is important because it is a passageway to the Mass Avenue, as Troy suggests, then I would be willing to add it to the list. But I would say, though, that we want to keep the list short and sweet so that we actually get some action here. I mean, our position is, of course, we want sidewalks on every block, but I think we have to pick and choose where we're going to target our energies and, you know, what we're specifically going to ask for.
Lisa, the argument that I heard from Troy that I thought was persuasive was the Turtle Park, and that maybe that's how you're shorthanding it there with saying Massachusetts Avenue.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. In retrospect, I'd be happy to add University Avenue. But I think if we started opening up to lots of other streets, which are very deserving, I just think we have to make some priorities here.
Well, I certainly agree with that. I supported the work you did within the committee in the sense that I've forgotten now how many street blocks there are, something like 62 or something. Maybe we had it here in the letter.
63.
50. Yeah. A large number of streets in our neighborhood do not have sidewalks. But of course, I think we would all agree it would be ridiculous for us to go to DDOT and say, please do all 54 or whatever. I mean, they would laugh us out the door. What we're asking for is for them to work with us and make these the priority. We're not saying these are the last ones we want built, but we need to set some priorities. So you're saying,
Chuck, I would add to that what I had said before about how we want to start a collaborative process here, and that what we have on our first list does not preclude us asking for more later. The other thing I would add to the discussion about University Terrace is that there is a more complicated history there. And the reason why that addition, it was a late addition to the letter, some of you who saw the earlier version of it, the reason it was added was that it just felt that for a person in DDOT who was asked to deal with this, we might just as well make the history, put the history there so that they don't have to find out about this on their own. It just kind of, it speeds up the process. It did not in any way signal, I think, on the committee that we were any less interested in what we're asking for on University Terrace, which is to get some designs of what the sidewalk could look like. It was simply as an aid to DDOT staff, who will sooner or later have to find all that out anyway. And if there's a way to keep the recommendation strong that we want to have these designs shown to us, but still be able to keep that history in there, I think that would be the best solution of all if we could do that.
So let's see, William Clarkson, you have another comment.
Yeah, thanks. I just well, first, I appreciate Lisa's willingness and your willingness, Chuck, to add the University Avenue project as a bullet point priority to the letter. And just to follow up on what the comments Jerry made about the references to the previous ANC letter. I mean, first of all, the September 2019 ANC letter is mentioned multiple times in this draft letter that you're considering tonight, which apparently is a justification or partial justification for how the priority projects were selected. And back to the University Avenue project that was endorsed by the ANC in September 2019, the ANC didn't just sign off on it. The ANC said, we, quote, encourage prompt implementation of the project, which I feel like is stronger than just saying, yes, we agree with that livability study recommendation. But again, I appreciate Lisa and your willingness to an agreement to add the University Avenue project to the bullet point priority list. So thank you very much.
Richard Levy.
In support of striking the addendum, I would just point out that DDOT is no stranger to the disagreements among residents on University Terrace. For any who may have seen
Richard, we've lost your audio. We'll come back to you in a minute. Mr. Kravitz, you had another comment?
Yeah, and I just want to say this. One of my concerns with the Transportation Committee, you guys have been lauded over and over again, but one of my concerns is that there is a lack of institutional history in some cases. Mr. Wells described the livability study as us approving, saying yes, no to projects, and that's not how it happened. I'm looking through my emails right now. I downloaded them all courtesy of Gmail here. In April 12th, DDOT reached out to us, all of the commissioners, to see who would participate in the Citizens Advisory Group. Chuck forwarded that around to the entire group on April 18th. On May 6th, the Citizens Advisory Group, those volunteers, met to discuss preliminary ideas. Many of the ideas that eventually made it into the livability study were not in that preliminary preliminary batch, including, for example, the Hawk signal across Massachusetts Avenue for Turtle Park. So yes, at the end of it, we were saying yes, no to things that were included. But the reason why some of these projects were included is because we actually, through participation at public meetings and through the ANC process, had encouraged for these things to be added in the first place. So I hope that there is a way to impart some of that history when it comes time to talk about what's been done in the past.
Well, I know a wonderful way to do that. and to have now Citizen Kravitz join the committee. We would welcome you, of course. I'm going to turn now to Brian Rorkas. I'm sorry, I probably butchered your name.
Rorkas, it's very close, but thank you very much, Commissioner Elkins. I'm a new resident to University Terrace, and so I don't have the experience or the history of understanding what the community has gone through in terms of sidewalk installation planning, controversy, opposition. But I have in the last few days spent a fair amount of time doing the research, including looking at what transpired in 2018, looking at the draft concepts and alternatives that DDOT had formed at the time, and noticed some pretty significant errors in terms of how they formulated where sidewalks could potentially be laid. So from my perspective, I have a young family. I am a huge proponent for safe pedestrian access. We spend a fair amount of time walking on the streets. And ultimately, I think that sidewalk installation is something that I could support in University Terrace. But it seems that based on the survey that was done in 2018 that had a certain set of requirements, DDOT didn't seem to embrace those requirements and the alternatives that they put forward at the time, that it would seem to make sense to have DDOT spend time doing a formal design analysis that this community could make comments on. I do understand and appreciate and live in a home that could potentially be impacted. I would be willing to support that impact, but I would like to see what it is beforehand. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Levy, did you get your sound worked out?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I actually submitted written comments.
Yes, I think I saw that in the chat. Yeah.
I'm not going to repeat those. I just echo what Brian said. I agree with that also.
Okay. All right. Well, I would like to address whether we keep the appendix or not, or the attachment. There's a history here between this commission and the University Terrace residents that I think we need to respect. And that is that they have serious reservations about it, some of which have just been expressed, and that it's important for us to, as a commission, to continue to show that we recognize these concerns. At the same time, you notice the letter has a couple of things in it. One is that we are asking for the design and for them to move on with it. They promised it before, and we're asking them now to go on and prioritize and get the design done, because I think it's only with the design that we can really address the concerns of the neighbors. Hypothetical, oh my goodness, the sidewalk's going to be horrible, doesn't really help anybody. It's not a useful conversation. So we need the design. So, and that's what this letter calls for. Secondly, you notice it calls for a sit-down meeting between this commission and the Transportation Committee and DDOT to get working on a cooperative basis about the sidewalks. So this is not a sort of a one shot across the bow kind of operation. I think we do too much of that in this commission, and it doesn't usually work. And I think we need, I won't say usually work, it often doesn't work. I think my fellow commissioners would agree with that. And therefore we need to develop cooperative relationships with these agencies, and particularly the Department of Transportation. So I think with that's a major component of this letter, and one which I plan to pursue with the director as soon as these letters go over to him. So I personally would like to keep the addendum, and I see I'm going to take one more comment, and then we're going to go to a vote on this. Mr. Bergman, Commissioner Bergman.
Thank you, Chuck. So I mean, I'm going to vote against that position. I think that I think it's a mistake the way the letter has been revised, for many of the reasons addressed already. I think the biggest point I just want to say, I think that it's important that the commission consider all the views of the community, and we have that process incorporated. But I think we undermine ourselves when we take the position that if anything elicits opposition, we have to present both sides equally and not take a firm position. And if we are, we may withdraw our support if people don't like the the designs that come out, which is what the addendum says at the end, essentially. This is as been noted, this is a sidewalk access to a school. It's a big thoroughfare. This is a priority. It has to be. And you know, there are choices that have to be made in even the smallest elected office, and I think this is one of them. That I find the arguments against it to be not compelling. I think that, but that said, I think what we can do that will accomplish all of the same goals is to just drop a footnote that says we refer to the letter where we made these comments before, and we reiterate the positions, the requests there. But I think making this in a long addendum where you bury in the middle of the third paragraph in the middle the key point that this is about a school access, and you lead with the fact that people are against it and some people are for it, and the only thing that people are universal about is the stormwater. I think it's there's no way that a bureaucrat who's overtaxed and there's a lot of proposals in front of him and or her and is used to a lot of community opposition on various proposals is going to say, okay, this is something that we should lead with, when ANC 3D has basically said, we're not really in your corner if there's a lot of opposition, go through all this rigmarole to create a design, but we're not really sure this is a real priority. They're going to focus on the other things that we mentioned in the letter, which are important, but I think the fact that this is the access to a school is not true of some of the other bullets that don't receive an addendum, and thus are clearly signaling that it's you're free and in the clear. Like go ahead. No one's going to care about it. I think that there's a way to do this that closer to the way it was in the original draft, that acknowledges that there was a letter where some of these issues were raised, that there is a stormwater concern, like in the bicycle letter that we talked about earlier. But this isn't an elongated addendum that talks about a survey of residents and their views on what kind of demands they want to put forth on the city when it comes to how wide the sidewalk is in front of their house. I don't much care if I want the safest sidewalk for the children walking on that street. And if DDOT says that has to be wider than the survey results, that in my view should trump, and we should be comfortable with that, unless I would vote. So I just want to put that out there and for discussion. I think we should discuss this, and if people, and maybe delay the vote is what I would say.
If I may interrupt.
Yes, please.
I think you've made your point and appreciate it. And here's what I'm going to propose. I'm going to propose, hear me through the whole process here. I'm going to propose that we take the letter that I have submitted and make the one change with regard to University Avenue, and otherwise use it, leave it as it is. That is my going in position, and we'll see whether there's a second. Number two,
Mr. Chairman?
Wait a minute, just a minute. And what I will then suggest is that the chair will entertain a motion by any other commissioner to delete the attachment and change the letter as you want to put in a motion. The way Robert's Rule of Order work is that the second proposal would be voted on first. And if that is accepted by a majority, then that is the letter that goes forward to DDOT. If that fails, then we'll vote on the proposal that I'm putting forward. So I think that a fair way to move quickly to get a vote on this issue. I think we all understand what the issue is. So Commissioner Shariki, you had an objection?
No objection, Mr. Chairman, but as I understand it, you're accepting the language on University Avenue as a friendly amendment.
I am.
Therefore, it does not require a motion. However, I would like to move to amend the language on University Terrace.
Seconded, or please set forward your amendment, I guess.
Okay, so you've made the second.
Yeah, my amendment would strike the language that lays out the tortured history behind the sidewalk issue.
Attachment A.
Attachment A. Thank you. I move to strike attachment A. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. You've done exactly what I was suggesting. In other words, we have, first of all, the motion on the floor, which is my motion, which is to keep the letter as it is, except to change University Avenue. You now have made a motion to drop Appendix A and adjust the language in the letter appropriately to delete reference to the attachment. Is there a second to Commissioner Sriki's motion? Yes, there is. Okay. Is there further discussion before we take a vote on Commissioner Sriki's motion?
Could I just suggest that if we adopt Commissioner Sriki's motion, we should probably add to the bullet on University Terrace that it was one of the projects that was recommended in the livability study, so that it would be parallel to the other bullets which reference their inclusion in the livability study.
I would propose that as a friendly amendment to Commissioner Sriki.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. We will now take a vote on Commissioner Sriki's motion. All those in favor, please raise your hand in front of the camera. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The motion passes. That is the letter that will go to DDOT. Thank you very much. We now move. Could I ask that you mute your microphone if you have children? Yes, thank you. We now would like to move to commission business. And the first order of business is the election of A and C 3D officers. I just want to make a point. Some people have wondered, why is Chuck chairing this meeting? Couldn't we've had an election right at the very beginning of the meeting and had the new officers? And the answer is no. It doesn't work that way. The bylaws say that the new officers do not take office until after this meeting is adjourned. So in a few minutes, our new officers will take office, but in the meantime, somebody has to chair it, and so I'm chairing it since I put this meeting together. So we turn first to the election of the officers. I'm going to propose, if anybody has an alternative, they may speak up, that we first take nominations for the chair, and we take a vote on that office, and then we take nominations for the vice chair, and then et cetera. And we vote on each office, so that as you're nominating people for the successive offices, you know who is in the previous office. The alternative is for us to take nominations for all the offices and then vote on them. Does anybody care?
Mr. Chairman, given the hour, I urge us to present the slate that has been shared with members of the commission and vote the nominations en masse.
Okay, so I think, first of all, are there nominations for chair? Well, we need to take it for each office, Mr. Sriki. We cannot just say there's something in the email and therefore it's in the record.
So lay out the slate and we'll.
Why don't you do that, Commissioner? I'm the chair. Why don't you do it? Why is the chair? Well, I don't think it's appropriate for the chair to lay out the slate.
Okay, that opens up a whole different can of worms, but I'd be happy to. All right, Mr. Chairman, I nominate for chairman, Paige Ela. I nominate for vice chairman, Jeremy Del Moral. I nominate for treasurer, Ben Bergman, and I nominate for secretary, is it Christian? Sorry, Christian Damiano.
Okay, are there other nominations? Okay, having not had any other.
And I nominate myself as a fake officer, parliamentarian.
Parliamentarian, that's right. We wanted you to be parliamentarian. Thank you for remembering that. There being no other nominations that I see, I ask unanimous consent on this slate, which means, first of all, I would ask, is anyone in opposition to this slate? Okay, with that, they are unanimously elected, and I congratulate the new officers and thank you for offering to serve. We look forward to working with you.
Chuck, thank you for all of the work you've done the last 2 years. It's just an amazing job you've done, and I'm not sure I can fill your shoes, but appreciate everything you've done.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so now we need to appoint.
They're big and they're comfortable well past midnight.
We need to appoint the representatives to the Georgetown and American University partnerships. And I propose that we appoint the following people. For Georgetown partnership, we appoint Commissioner Simkowitz. And for the American University partnership, we appoint Commissioner Pemberol, Commissioner Damiana, Commissioner Del Morel, and myself, Chuck Elkins. Is there any discussion, any alternatives anyone wants to put forward? I would just say that you'll notice that in our operating procedures that these representatives cannot speak for the ANC. They are our representatives, and we expect them to come back and report to the commission on a periodic and appropriate basis, as we have done in the past. I ask, let's see, I think I've not asked for unanimous consent for these appointees. Does anyone object? Seeing no objection, there is unanimous consent. I have put forth some proposals to the operating principles. It really doesn't change them so much substantively, it's just to bring them up to date with what we now have been doing for the last 2 years. My proposal would be to adopt these this evening, knowing that they are not binding, they are advisory, that as commissioners, particularly the 5 new commissioners, gain experience in this commission, you may want to make suggestions for how we run it differently, which would be quite appropriate, and that we could then open up the operating procedures for amendment. But I would like to have some up-to-date procedures until that time, unless you have amendments now that you would like to make to the operating principles. So I'm entertaining any changes to the operating procedures. They are basically guidance to all of us about how we deal with our fellow commissioners and give them plenty of time to review these documents. So I ask, I move that we adopt these updated operating procedures. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I ask, is any further discussion? Then I ask unanimous consent. Is anyone opposed? Seeing no opposition, they are passed. We turn now to the December 2nd minutes. Commissioner Del Morel.
I asked that the commission consider the December minutes that were presented to each member on Monday. I believe they were received. And if there are any changes, please let me know.
Are there any changes? I did send in changes, which I assume have been incorporated.
Yes.
Thank you, Riley, for doing that. So I ask for approval of the minutes. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, they're unanimously approved. I'm now going to turn to our previous treasurer, who is now Citizen Kane, excuse me, Kravitz. It's late, Troy, to provide us the treasurer's report and then the quarterly financial report.
So Ben, you have this to look forward to. For the month of December, we began the month with $63,315.63. We ended at $459.39 poorer. with an ending balance of $62,856.24. Our expenses for the, I don't have them in front of me. Our expenses for the month included $3 to PNC Bank for a paper statement for added security, some transcript reimbursements for transcription of our meetings, Zoom reimbursements, and the purchase of a speed camera for the Transportation Committee.
Okay, thank you. We don't normally vote on the treasurer's report, but we do take questions if there are questions.
That's why I'm here.
Okay, and
You're gonna help me get up to speed, I hope.
Yeah, I will. Piece of cake.
well, don't believe him, Ben, but he will help you because he and I have agreed that he will. And in fact, I'll be glad to sit in on the training session he's going to give so that I can be a backup.
Oh, well, that'd be great. Then you can do all the work.
I know.
Why won't our former colleague follow the gracious example of his predecessor and not burden us with so many comments during meetings and rather interact with the commission on a passive aggressive basis? I'm hoping we can get there.
You'll be getting a 6-page missive from me this evening.
Okay, so now we turn to the quarterly financial report and just 30-second review for the new commissioners. This is a report which we have to file every quarter. And for reasons I won't go into, it is very difficult for us if we don't introduce that the very first day of the very first meeting after the quarter ends. And if we make a mistake after COVID, they got some exceptions for us to make mistakes. But after COVID, very serious consequences take place if we are not on time and that they're not accurate. So with that, previous treasurer Kravitz has kept us on the straight and narrow, and he has for us the very first meeting of the new quarter, a financial report. And please present it to us so we can decide whether to pass it or not.
Sure, Riley, if you would like to pull up the PDF page that they have to sign or the transaction page, either the PDFs is fine. So this is for our income and expenditures for the first quarter of fiscal year 2021, which in case you're confused is October, November, and December of the previous year, calendar year 2020. All the documents were dispersed to all of the commissioners at both their private emails before their official emails were activated. In there you saw copies of all of our cleared checks that cleared during the previous 3 months, invoices for checks we wrote during the previous 3 months, bank statements for the previous 3 months, everything you need, and you're just going to add in the minutes, the approved monthly minutes for the previous 3 months to that latest zip file, and you can forward that on to the auditor or the OANC. I'm not sure who does it now. It doesn't matter. The one form in there, the one PDF form that's the quarterly report, needs to be signed by the treasurer, the chair, and the secretary. You guys, the new officers, take office at the end of this meeting, so you guys can sign it after this meeting. There's Riley sharing it. If you have any questions, I can presumably answer them.
All right, let's see if there are any questions. Okay, hold just 1 second.
Could we make sure, Chuck, if you're correct about they're increasing their strictness on these timeliness of receiving this, could we make sure that the 4 officers and the administrator and Gottlieb are copied on the email so that there's a record that we sent the items on the date that we sent it?
It won't make a difference, Michael. Riley will have to send them again and again.
Okay.
Well, Commissioner, what we do have is a folder in the Dropbox in which all the documents that have been sent to the auditor are there, and they are available to all of us at any time. So it's a matter of, I mean,
yeah, no, you're right.
But we have instituted more precautions to make sure that we do have an answer when they say you didn't send it to us. We can say, yes, we did, and it's in this Dropbox, et cetera. And we have that conversation frequently.
Yeah, the zip file I sent you guys was just a copy of all the documents I'd put in for the fiscal year 2021 Q1 subfolder within the finances folder. So that's where I stored and that's where the treasurer will store the invoices and the checks and everything as they go. So I'm serious, Ben. It turns out to be quite easy once you do a little bit of organizational structure at the outset. And I'll teach you all that.
You'll love it, Ben.
You can embezzle thousands and no one's going to catch you.
Your main tear your hair is when you're dealing with the auditor downtown. But otherwise, everything's just really pleasant. All of us are nice people. So I'm going to ask for, I don't think we've had unanimous approval of this quarterly report. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the quarterly report is approved. Now I'm going to ask for a two-minute pause before we adjourn, because I would like to sign this bicycle letter, excuse me, the sidewalk letter, so that Paige doesn't have to go down to DDOT and argue about all these sidewalks. And so if you give me 2 minutes, I can sign it while I'm still chair before we adjourn. Once we adjourn, I can't sign it. So do I have your permission? You just sit there and stare at the ceiling for 2 minutes?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I move the commission stand in recess subject to the call of the chair.
And when do I call the chair?
When you sign the check.
Sign the letter and then.
The letter.
Yeah, but are you going to be there? Are you? I don't understand how that applies to the Zoom meeting.
Just go sign.
Just the formality. Just go sign.
Formality, okay.
Chuck, it's okay.
You stand in recess. Thank you. Bear with me.
Well, I learned today that an ANC meeting does not go one charge on the AirPods. Only about 3/4 of an ANC meeting.
I had the same problem, Ben.
That's why I have the cord on it, and I have these things.
Yeah.
I'm glad we didn't meet in person. The group of 30 might have stormed the ANC meeting. We would have had to run for our lives.
We already had that with our first ANC meeting. It's just a different form of terrorism.
I've added your electronic signature to the BZA one and the Palisades Recreation one. Should I go ahead and submit those?
Yes. Well, which was the first one? Let's see. Yes, that's fine.
While we're waiting, I'd like to thank Riley for coordinating this meeting so well, especially with all the exhibits that I had on the Macarthur Boulevard. So thank you, Riley, for your service yet again.
Sorry for the mix-up on the link at the beginning, but I guess
those things happen. Everybody made it in.
The signature page is coming out of the printer. Just bear with me. This is a matter of formality, but
So to confirm, while the people are in recess, this quarterly report that we just approved, it will be signed after this meeting by me and the secretary and chair, right? Or this is not, even though it's the previous one, because we voted on it here.
I'm sorry, was that a question to me? What was your question?
It wasn't meant to, I wasn't trying to slow you down. I was directing it to other people. But
Oh, you're asking if the signature page on the transfers to the new officers? Yes.
for the orderly, yeah, for last quarter, yeah.
Okay, I call the meeting back to order. Is that the right thing to say, Commissioner Kariki? My
Right.
soon to be a parliamentarian.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's right.
All right, thank you very much. So I think we're ready to adjourn unless there's further business of this commission. We hereby are adjourned. Thank you very much for tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Chuck.
Right. Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you, Chuck. Good night, guys.
Good night.